should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even know where to begin. If I allow myself to dream, will it be as good as it seems? Pull me out of this place in the middle, in the middle. Nothing more to embrace in the middle, in the middle. If I try to climb up the wall, everyone can see when I fall. Take me up into the mountains, send me off into the wild. Misery is still a path I would choose if the alternatives are worse. I guess it's time to find a friend, one who will stick by to the end. Going out of my mind in the middle, in the middle. Wasting all of my time in the middle, in the middle. I take a bite and spit it out, unaware of what it's about. I'm not that good at faking it. I feel somehow I've broken it. I don't believe I'm part of it. In the If I try to climb up the wall, everyone can see when I fall. Nothing really matters at all. Pull me out of this place in the middle, in the middle. Nothing more to embrace in the middle, in the middle.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hello, everybody. Sorry if that fan's loud. It is hot as Hades in here. Real quick, just because I want to put it out here before the stream starts. In my chat, you can come and you can let us know if you have a YouTube channel, and I will usually drop the links and ask people to subscribe. However, from the very beginning, the rule has been please don't mention if you have a live stream or come in here because honestly, YouTube etiquette, especially when it comes in creators, if you go in another chat are talking and even sharing information, you still don't mention that you have a YouTube channel. If the creator wants to share that information, they can. So I just want to reiterate before we get started, if you come in and say, hey, I did a video on this, or I'm going live today, you will be blocked. I don't know how else to say that or do that. Again, if you have a channel, I would be glad to share it for you and ask people to subscribe. But the other saying I have a live stream or I've done a video on this is just completely rude and you will be blocked. Thank you for the public service announcement. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming. It's good to see you, Southern Cats, Bellis, Anders, Chow, Blue Jay. I'm so glad y'all are here. Cara, Rhonda, Lorraine, Holly. Oh, I'm glad you made it live. Yay. Hey, Curious Christine. Blue Jay, I know. I wish they would be found. Hey, Miss Sarah, happy Friday. Happy Friday, my love. She says, please hit the thumbs up. Maybe a busy day at work. Okay, sweetheart. Well, you do your work. That's important work that you're doing over there. Hey, Indy. Good to see you. Bad girl. Nicole Smith. Hannah UK. It's good to see y'all. I apologize about being late. I got a call at like 1:17. And my friend who owns the goats was asking me to please move the goats because they were tied on the edge of the property. So I had to go get them from like way across 10 acres and go move them. So I apologize about that. But we are here nonetheless. So there is a couple of things I wanted to talk to y'all about. So let me get it pulled up. I don't have a whole lot for today right now. We'll look for a couple of things while we go through this. But I do have... okay, sorry. Got an email, had to check it. I do have a couple of things I wanted to share with y'all. So, we can start with this. Now, this article that I'm about to pull up. Hey, Lorianne, good to see you. This article is from Miss Whitney Decker. Now, Whitney Decker, no, not today, is the mother of the 3 girls who were just asphyxiated by their father this past weekend. Their father is on the run. There is a manhunt for him. He is an Army Ranger, or he was trained. He has military training in that aspect. And she has a GoFundMe that I have shared on my YouTube channel, and I've donated to it myself. Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? Hey, Kalisa. Um, so I wanted to share what she said because I found her perspective and what she had to say really interesting, and I thought it would be a good idea to talk about it today. I also have one of the documents from the divorce I wanted to talk to you guys about because I feel like it's important to kind of understand the headspace that their father is in and had been in for evidently quite a while, unfortunately. So let's talk about what she said. This article reads, Mother of slain Wenatchee girl seeks systemic changes. This is one of 4. This first picture is photos of flowers and candles, and they mark a memorial honoring the Decker sisters on Tuesday in Wenatchee. Olivia, Peyton, and Evelyn were found deceased near Leavenworth, Chelan County, on Monday after their father, Travis, failed to return them from a scheduled visitation. And I'm glad they were able to get that out there and going just to kind of memorialize them a little bit better. I'm glad that people have a place now to go and kind of mourn the significant loss that this has been to the community and show and pay their respects. It reads, Wenatchee. A search continued Wednesday for former U.S. Army soldiers suspected of killing his three young daughters. The girl's mother is focused on improving the state's Amber Alert system and providing adequate mental health care to veterans, her attorney said. Now, I will drop the link. I am going to kind of be, giving my thoughts as I read this to you guys. I think that if there was better care for our veterans and if he had the ability possibly to get better care, I think maybe this could have been avoided. And that's one of the things that makes it so sad. From what I understand, it takes a long time to get in to actually, like to the VA, to use your veteran benefits. And, sorry, trying to do too many things at once. And I don't know. I know he was supposed to seek help for everything going on. Hey, Edith. I thought I'd heard that he had tried to seek help, but like the appointments were too long or he wasn't able to make it or something like that. What astounds me, honestly, is the amount of veterans that are homeless and things like that. I mean, you have these recruiters in children's high schools and they're ready to go and get them enlisted so they can go and fight and possibly die for our country, which is an honorable thing. But then I mean, you've got 4, 5, 6 recruiters at every high school, like across the nation. Okay. But where's everybody at for the aftercare, for the PTSD, for the mental health aspect of this when they come back from seeing all of these horrific things that they have to witness when they go and fight for our country? Now, I don't want to upset anybody. I'm asking questions like if you know that it's easy to get these benefits and things like that, please inform me because I'm asking to be educated on the subject. That's the way I've known it to be and heard about it to be. So again, if I'm wrong, please educate me on the subject. Hey, Jenny Jen, good to see you. Well, that's another good point, Blue Jay. I could be wrong on that. He was an Army soldier, so maybe not necessarily a veteran yet. I know he did serve in the Army, and we're going to talk about that. I have pictures and a video of him going on, it said something about it being after a march in Europe in 2017. So maybe not necessarily a veteran because he was still with the National Guard but hadn't been dismissed yet. Um, would he be a veteran if he got dishonorably discharged? And I would like to know if when we're realizing there's an issue when he's not showing up for work, when he's got the girls sleeping at the armory, did any of his higher ups say, hey, I'm going to make it to where, you need to be scheduled to come in a little bit early, or it's going to be mandatory for you to come in on this day and talk to a counselor for X amount of time, once a week, once a month, whatever you feel like is necessary. Did anybody try to do that? Hey, Jeremiah. Now he is? It's very possible. Oh, 3 years service. Thank you. Oh, yeah, Miss Sarah. I'm sorry. Um, I wish you could come up. Southern said, you're not wrong. It's hard for vets to get help. My father was in the Navy, and I know that he used to tell me about issues he had going to the VA. I've got pictures of him in Vietnam. My mom has a picture of Vietnam from one of the airplanes they flew over that my dad took. It's really cool. Hold on, I was trying to pin the link. Hold on. All right, I pinned the link. All right, let's get back to the article. Oh, hold on. His dad was the one who was the reason he went in the first place. Oh, wow. You only need 3 years of service and honorable discharge. Okay. Kalisa said, my ex came back from the Gulf War and was never the same. He goes to VA now and gets pretty lackluster treatment, and they barely medicate him or give him meds that don't work. See, that's sad. That's sad. That needs to change. Gary Ridgway served in the Army, and I think Jeffrey Dahmer served in the Navy for a short while. Yep, I've heard that. My ex is a former Marine, and he needed help when we were together, and it was next to impossible to get an appointment at the VA. See, that's a problem. That's a problem. Why do we got 5, 6 recruiters at every single high school to get them in, but then it's next to impossible to get an appointment to help with the aftermath of what they go through and what they see? That's a big problem for me. Okay, back to the article. Nope, that's not the article. There it is. The three sisters, Olivia Decker 5, Evelyn Decker 8, and Peyton Decker 9, were reported missing Friday by their mother, Whitney Decker. She told the police that her ex-husband, 32-year-old Travis Decker, had not returned them as outlined in their custody agreement and was not answering the phone. The girls' bodies were found Monday near an abandoned campsite outside of Leavenworth, and police believe they died from asphyxiation. The FBI, Homeland Security, investigates U.S. Marshals, and U.S. Border Patrol have all joined the search for Travis Decker, including by investigating possible sightings locally and in other states, said Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison at a news conference on Wednesday. He said investigators have learned Decker is well versed in outdoor survival and has experience catching supplies. Okay, that's not caching supplies. I thought caching was like where you go and find the little things, like people will put things somewhere and then you go locate that thing and then you put something back. Geocaching is what I thought it was called. Is this something different? Am I misunderstanding? Sarah said, my boyfriend has been through the ringer with the VA sadly and doesn't qualify for benefits even though he was honorably discharged. He was National Guard and Reserves but never active. See, what? Why? Why? I don't understand. That's the way this country is, this shit on after you're out. Yeah, so many are homeless. Like, what? What? Why are our veterans coming back from serving our country and we're finding them homeless? Like, if it's like, they can't afford housing, there should be some programs in effect to get them housing. And if it's because they're on the street, even though they could afford housing, it's obvious they need mental health, some kind of mental health, because some kind of mental thing is going on there. So again, where are these things at? He was going to be deployed, but ended up getting croup during the training and had to stay. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Kalisa said, I'm sorry, that's just not right, but sadly I'm not surprised. Right, talking to you, Sarah. Bad Girl said, our veterans can't get proper care, but others get free services that they don't deserve. Abella said, I would be, but she hasn't replied in a while. I hope she's okay. I hope everything's okay. I've tried to disagree because you signed up knowing the Army fights wars, but it's just the Spartan in me. I never claimed anything, 25 years, 7 deployments. Well, thank you for your service. So let me read that again. I have to kind of disagree because you signed up knowing the Army fights wars, but it's just the Spartan in me. I never claimed anything, 25 years, 7 deployments. Okay. So I would love to know, do you think this could have been avoided? And again, thank you for your service. Hey, Tony, happy Friday. He's got some PTSD, obviously, and some borderline personality disorder. Now, I don't know if I'm understanding that he couldn't get service or he just didn't want the service to help him in those aspects. What do you think this could have been avoided if he had gotten the help that he obviously needed? Do you think it would have stopped this situation? Do you think it's a matter of being on the proper medications and having access to the ability to get the medications? Or do you think that it was kind of inevitable and it's not necessarily due to the borderline personality disorder PTSD aspect of this? I mean, we don't know, right now. Probably didn't want it. And I think that, considering that he didn't sign the parenting agreement, that it could be true. It could be that he didn't go seek help. But Abella says, does the military expect people to go die and not come back? So when they come back, there's nothing for them. That's a good question. because sure seems that way. All right, I'm going to continue on. Whitney Decker, her family, and her ex husband's family are all cooperating with the investigation, but have requested privacy. She agreed to allow Cozart to speak on her behalf. Cozart said Travis Decker, who was diagnosed with complex past, oh my goodness, complex post traumatic stress disorder and borderline personality disorder after leaving active service, has been struggling with deteriorating mental health. Quote, as soon as he didn't bring those girls back at 8 o'clock, she knew something was going on, unquote, Cozart said of Whitney Decker. Now, Cozart is her attorney, I do believe. Quote, there should be enough concern for the police to say these children are missing. They are in substantial danger, even though he didn't issue an overt threat, unquote, she said. Nothing Wenatchee police had wanted noting that Wenatchee police had wanted an Amber Alert issued, but were told by the state patrol that the case did not meet the required threshold. The state police instead issued an endangered missing persons advisory for the girls. Unlike Amber Alerts, these advisories do not send out cell phone alerts in targeted areas. Both Amber Alerts and endangered missing persons advisories are distributed through flyers, broadcast on highway reader boards, and sent to law enforcement agencies. Decker's declining mental health and out of character behavior. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a paragraph. Chris Loftus, a state patrol spokesperson, previously said that because Decker has custodial rights, there was not an immediate legal presumption of abduction or that the children were in danger. Decker's declining mental health and out of character behavior and not returning the girls as planned should have been considered enough of a threat to issue an Amber Alert, said Cozart. I don't know. Hey, Nessa. Anders said, Hio's husband was a veteran. It's not the only problem that they often have seen horrible. It's also common that they feel useless without the structures in the military. That's true, too. I know a lot of, I've heard about that, too, where when they come back, they feel like it's hard for them to readjust to society. Tony said, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, in my opinion. Sadly, yeah, it's concerning. Nessa said borderline personality disorder can be misdiagnosed as it's similar to CPTSD, which is complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Sorry. I think he did. We're going to get to that article next. Blue Jay says, seemed to me he had problems before he went to Afghanistan. I don't know spelling. Maybe. Jeepers Creepers, hello. Jeremiah said, I don't know that even going to boot camp will F up a weak-minded person. The movie Gomer Pyle is based off that. I've just seen Full Metal Jacket, and that is an example of how it will mess you up, but I've heard that they're not like that anymore. Although, I mean, I never had a problem with the movie. I feel like if you're going to get prepared to go see the war and things like that, especially Vietnam, it was especially atrocious, that you need to kind of be prepared. So having somebody screaming in your face it's not you getting shot. But that's just my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm not educated on the subject, so maybe I shouldn't even be speaking on it. Hey, Sam Brown. Good to see you. So he had PTSD, borderline, and deteriorating mental health, plus didn't return the kids, plus homeless, but wouldn't be enough to trigger an Amber Alert. Yeah, it's like I can understand not necessarily thinking right out the gate that he's going to hurt the children because they're his children. I mean, you got to keep in mind he was like really active in their after school activities from what I've heard, trying to be an active part of their life. And as a parent, like you would not think that the father who created the child would have the ability to hurt said child, but something needs to change. And she went above and beyond to make sure that he was able to see them and be a part of their lives, even though he had all this going on. I think it's a hard situation all the way around. Miss Sarah said boot camp could mess someone up. Everyone is different. You're right. Yeah, the drill sergeants. Yep. What's wrong, Jeepers? What's going on? I mean, he had borderline personality problems before going into service. I don't know. I don't know if they let you go into service with known borderline personality disorder. They're strict about certain things like that. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure. Continuing on the article, quote, "We may never know if it could have meant the difference between life and death for the girls, but it could have made a huge difference," unquote, she said. Cozart said, okay, hold on. I want to stop right there. So they're talking about the Amber Alert. "We may never know if it could have meant the difference between life and death for those girls, but it could have made a huge difference," she said. Now, I know she went to the police Saturday morning and, excuse me, asked for, reported the girls missing basically. And, no, was it Friday night? If it was Friday night, it might have made a difference. Because I think it was Saturday morning that they still didn't show up to their game or whatever they had going on that day. So if it was indeed Friday morning, it could have made a difference. If it wasn't until Sunday that they issued the Amber Alert, it wouldn't have made a difference because I have a feeling that they were deceased by then. I can't wrap my head around how he could do something like this. I can't either. That's what Powell says in Full Metal Jacket. Oh, yeah, he does. He does. My father was a sergeant in the Army, and he was disturbingly violent, and yet a great teacher of survival skills as a parent. I'm sorry he was violent. I'm so sorry about that. I'm glad that he taught you some good survival skills. I love that kind of stuff, knowing how to survive and things like that, but I'm so sorry that you dealt with things like that. When my father was drinking, he was violent from what I heard. I never saw much of it. Nessa said, "My father was a sergeant in the Army." Oh, yeah. I just read that. I'm sorry. A small weed. Good to see you. Oh, really? I'm glad you learned. And, yeah, I need to do some household chores myself. Good luck with that. That's why they go to boot camp. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Lastly, Southern Cat said, "When I was in boot camp for the Air Force, it was discovered I was diabetic in my military career." I'm sorry. That sucks. Hey, Kathleen. Good to see you. Okay. Continuing the article, Cozart said Travis Decker had been desperately seeking mental health services from Veterans Affairs and Veterans Crisis Line, but was ultimately left to struggle in isolation. That is important. He had even called the Veterans Crisis Line, but still didn't get any help. That's a problem. That's a problem. You were a sergeant? Oh, wow, Jeremiah. I was in JROTC and I was in fancy drill, and we had the 13-pound rifles that we would throw in the air, but I only did it for like 2 years of high school and didn't continue on that. I've always found that stuff kind of interesting. Yeah, I think that, I don't know. I think the military kind of needs to go back to the way it was so soldiers are better prepared, but that's just my opinion, and I don't know a lot about it, so I can't really speak on it. Hey, Cindy. Am I buffering? I hope not. Might be that fan in the background. If it is too loud, let me know. And I'll turn it off. It gets hot in here. But the fact that he had been actively seeking mental health services from the VA and the Veteran Crisis Line, but he was left to struggle in isolation is a big problem that needs some attention. It continues, quote, "When you have a vet who is suffering from complex PTSD and other mental health issues, they do not have the mental bandwidth," unquote, "to schedule needed exams and evaluations," she said. Quote, "This was a tragedy that could have been completely avoided with proper funding of mental health services for veterans." Quote, "Whitney believes, as I do, that something broke inside of him," unquote, Cozart said. Quote, "Travis would not have done what he did if he was himself. He clearly had some sort of break, and everything that he had been living with, everything that had been bottled up inside of him for so long, as far as trauma, just went out," unquote. I believe that. I believe that. You said really? 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 What did I say? Indy said, "That's the problem. You have to accept that there is a problem and you need help. Not everyone can do that." That's very true. That's very true. Hey, Cara. my love. Okay. Morrison, the Chilean County Sheriff, appeared to believe the same thing. Asked at Wednesday's news conference whether investigators have determined a motive, Morrison said, quote, "I don't think there would be any motive that would be acceptable. I mean, clearly it's not the decision of a sound mind." I hate the way this thing jumps. Okay. He said Decker might have attended mountain survival school while in the Army, but noted he's been an outdoorsman since he was a kid and knows how to conceal himself. Helicopters and drones have been used to search by air. A swift water rescue team searched Icicle Creek on Wednesday. SWAT teams have been deployed to check unoccupied cabins and residences, and deputies in neighboring Catias County are also scouring trails for any sign of Decker, Morrison said. Quote, "We recognize that 87% of our county is not accessible by road. We are well aware of our terrain," unquote, he said. The sheriff's office is asking anyone with information related to the search of Decker to call the tip line at 509-667-6854 or submit information online at st.news/WENATCHEETIPS. The office said it's not clear whether Decker is armed and he should be considered dangerous. Anyone who sees him or believes they have seen him in the last few days should not approach him and should call 911, the office said. He said Decker might have... With autopsy results expected Thursday, Morrison said investigators will likely have a better idea of when the girls died and just how much of a head start Decker had on the officials searching for him. A community in mourning. While the search for Decker continues in the woods and hills surrounding the Wenatchee Valley and beyond, residents are doing what they can to support Whitney, though many in this city of 35,000 have never met her in person. Patty Howe, who owns the iconic Ernie's Market on South Miller Street with her husband, was in the middle of hanging black privacy mesh along the market's chain-link fence when her sister ran out of the store Tuesday morning with news that the Decker girls had been found dead. Quote, "As a mom, as a woman, as a nurse, I need to do something," unquote, said Howe, who immediately contacted Lincoln Elementary School where the Decker sisters were enrolled. Quote, "They said they'd make sure Whitney got whatever I brought in," unquote. Howe went to the school to deliver flowers donated by a customer and learned that the principal and a counselor had gone classroom to classroom to deliver the news of the girl's death. Quote, "It was solemn and sad," unquote. "And kids walked the halls with," quote, "shoulders dropped," she said. Quote, "It's too early for them to have such a heartache," unquote. Let me see what y'all are saying. Hey, the Jersey lady. Another case like this is Aaron Pennington from Massachusetts. He is still at large after annihilating his wife, I think 2 years ago. He disappeared into the woods too. I've heard about that. I've heard about that being talked about earlier. And I found that interesting. I'd like to look into that a little more. Hey, Shaker Maker. Good to see you. Edith, I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. It sounded like he had tried to get help. And call. See, when you are a veteran or in the military, from what I understand, all of your health needs have to go through the Veterans Office. And the Veterans Office, I remember my dad at one point trying to get an appointment at the VA, to have like exploratory surgery. My dad had cirrhosis of the liver, and the appointment was like, I think it was one of the times he was bleeding, like internally, and they couldn't find out where he was bleeding from. And like he called and was like, basically, or his wife called and said, he's bleeding internally. We need to find out where he's bleeding from and stop it. And they were like, oh yeah, we can see you in about 3 months or something like that. Like that kind of stuff is just, no, absolutely not. Like, he could have bled to death. He's unfortunately deceased now, but it's just insane to me, in my opinion. Oh, I know. I know what you meant. That's why I said annihilating. Edith, men with BPD are noticeably unpredictable compared to women. Really? I didn't know that. And so thank you for the information on that. Yeah, it was terrible. It was terrible. I loved my dad very much. I was very much a dad's girl. He died 2022, I do believe, and then my stepmom died about a year later. It was sad. But I'm not going to go there because I'll start crying. All right. So, house sister Allison Chamberlain, who manages Ernie's Market, found a jar in the store, decorated it with photos of the Decker sisters, and put it on the counter to collect cash donations for the girl's mother. Quote, the first couple gentlemen who came in, we shared we were taking donations, and there was a heavy feeling. They were throwing money in the jar saying, I have daughters, unquote, Chamberlain said. Stop jumping. Oh my goodness, it's so hard to read when you jump all over the place. Wow. Okay. What on earth? Good gracious. Did y'all see that? That was crazy. Okay. Um, though Wenatchee is growing, stop it. It's still a small town, she said. Nothing can happen in this area without people feeling it. Customers continued to share their shock and grief, and while some have expressed wanting the worst for Travis Decker, quote, others are saying the system failed both the mom and the dad, unquote, Chamberlain said. Quote, the VA in town doesn't have adequate psychiatric services, and even for civilians, there's not enough basic mental health care available, unquote. Chamberlain is organizing a shaved ice fundraiser at the store on June 13th to benefit Whitney Decker. Meanwhile, Hal reached out to Cindy Gonzalez, the owner of the Bloom Flowery, and together the woman recruited several other business owners who are also collecting cash donations through Tuesday. Brittany Huber, with her 4-year-old daughter Wyatt in tow, stopped by Gonzalez's downtown flower shop to pick up a donation box for Simply Unique, a home decor and consignment store owned by the Huber's mother-in-law. Huber and her husband donated to a GoFundMe fundraiser that, as of Wednesday evening, had raised nearly $650,000 for Whitney Decker, but she wants to do all she can to help. Quote, money doesn't bring them back, but if it can make things a little easier and take things off of her plate while she heals, we want to do what we can. Okay, I'm going to exit out of that before it jumps completely off of the screen and out of the computer. I've got some more articles to share. Hold on. And Kathleen said they need better mental health services for the Army, Navy, etc. I do agree. You know, Anders, now that you're saying that you don't hear about men with borderline personality disorder very often, I don't either. Oh, thank you. It's okay. I've healed. Jeepers said that's why I like you. I was a bad boy too. Really? That's wonderful of these men. Yeah, it's important, and I'm glad that the community is coming together. I will grab this real quick. I can show you guys while I'm doing it. Just in case you want it. I need to go over here and try to grab the link. I don't know if it'll work. Last time it didn't. I did share her GoFundMe. I donated $20, which at the time had $553,488. I'm going to try to highlight it. Oh, so I clicked on it. So as of right now, it's raised $1,074,910. I'm going to share. And I'm going to copy link. There's been 2 updates. today by Amy Edwards, the organizer, said, I joined our friend Mark Belton for a press conference to honor the memory of Whitney's daughters and to thank all of you for the incredible outpouring of love. The Wenatchee Valley helped raise these girls. Through dance, theater, sports, and school, their joy touched so many. Their loss is unimaginable, but the compassion we've reached from this community and beyond has brought light into this darkness. If you weren't able to join us live, you can watch the full press conference on Facebook here. So let me see if I can grab that and we can watch it. I have it on YouTube, which I can pull it up if I need to. And they said, thank you for continuing to hold Whitney close in your hearts. Your support is not only helping her through this tragedy, it's also carrying forward the love and spirit her daughters brought into the world. Okay, I've got the press conference pulled up. I'm going to try to share this again. We're going to close out of that. We're going to close out of that. Come over here. Okay, there is the link to her GoFundMe if anybody wanted to donate. I will attempt to remember to put it in the description box as well. So this is going to be the press conference that was held last night. Before I push play, it reads, we ache with the love we still carry for them.
To our community, the Wenatchee Valley.
If you cannot hear it, please let me know so I can try to figure out how to share the audio.
To our community, the Wenatchee Valley, thank you. The outpouring of love, generosity, and support has been overwhelming, not only here in the Wenatchee Valley, but from the communities around the world. We are deeply moved and profoundly grateful. Seeing everyone come together and unite in support of this family has been humbling and reminds us of what makes the Wenatchee Valley so special. That compassion has been a source of light in this dark hour.
This valley helped nurture the creativity, confidence, and joy that Peyton and Evelyn and Olivia shined so brightly. Whether it was performing on stage with Short Shakespeareans and Music Theater of Wenatchee, dancing with the Fabulous Feet Dance Studio, playing sports, or walking the halls of Lincoln Elementary, their laughter, curiosity, and spirit left a mark on all of us. They were the kind of children that everyone rooted for, looked forward to seeing, and held close in their hearts. They are cherished, not just by the family, but by our entire community who watched them grow, perform, learn, and love. We ache with the love we still carry for them, and we always will.
Whitney is living every parent's worst nightmare. The hole in her heart is immeasurable. There are no words that can capture the weight of this loss. Right now, she's surrounded by friends, family, and neighbors doing everything they can to hold her up.
To the media, we ask for grace at this time. Whitney is grieving the unimaginable. Should she not have to do so under a spotlight? Please allow her the space and privacy and compassion that she deserves. Your restraint is a true act of humanity, and we appreciate it. We are focused on fully cooperating with investigators so that Travis Decker is found, apprehended, and brought to justice. This case is ongoing, and all legal updates will come from law enforcement.
The generosity we've seen from right here in the Wenatchee Valley and nationwide has not only brought comfort during this heartbreaking time, it also sparked some important conversations. We're talking about how we raise awareness and advocate for improvements to the Amber Alert system, and how we address and expand access to mental health resources for veterans, especially in the context of family and custody cases. While nothing can undo this tragedy, we're hopeful that these conversations will lead to change that honor Peyton, Olivia, and Evelyn's memory.
We end with a message shared by mothers all across the world. When one mother cries, we all cry and hold her in our hearts. Thank you for holding Whitney in your hearts now.
Thank you.
Is there anything that people watching can do to help in any way?
So there is a group, and we ask that they look that up on Facebook, where they can see ways that they can support this movement. We'll take no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The GoFundMe almost hit $1 million. What do you guys think of that?
Oh, he's perfect. Oh, a baby. I didn't see it, but it went on to something else. Okay, let me pull up the article about his days in the Army. Hold on, I gotta find it. I got too much stuff here. There we go. Right there it is. Okay. So first is this video, and then I'll read the article. It reads, former Army squad mate shares insight into military past of Washington's Travis Decker. It's going to be an advertisement. So we'll have to hold on just a minute. Dang, that mic was so close to my mouth. About to eat it for lunch. Okay.
Our coverage continues now with Fox 13's
why
Alejandro
is it so
Guzman.
low?
Everyone is anxiously trying to learn more
Let me
about
mute.
Travis Decker.
Yeah, so Ali, you've been in contact with somebody who was in the same Army platoon as Travis Decker. So what are they telling you?
Well, they're sharing quite a bit. I can tell you that there's more clarity now as to who he is, his personality these last few years, and some of his recent behavior following this tragedy. Now, the individual who I've been speaking with does want to remain anonymous, but they did share these images of Decker back from 2017 after they were finishing a march in Europe. The two were in the same squad, in the same platoon, in the same company, while they were stationed together in the 503rd Airborne Brigade combat team with the 173rd Airborne in Italy. They tell me Decker was kicked out of Ranger Regiment for failing Ranger School. Now, many of you have been questioning whether or not he was a Ranger. We've all seen some of the same photos of Decker in his uniform with a Ranger patch, but according to my source, he wasn't, because after getting kicked out, that's when Decker was transferred to their platoon, and that's where they shared a little bit more about who he was, just saying that he was a fit but quiet guy, sort of an outcast, yet a hard worker and a bit of a narcissist. They tell me by this time, Decker and Whitney already had their firstborn, Peyton. Decker eventually did warm up to his comrades, sharing that he aspired to be like his father and talked about getting back to Special Forces, but they say he never did. They say it was like Decker had some big shoes to fill. From what they know, his father was a Green Beret and he worshipped him. They did remain friends on social media, but they say that after these murder and kidnapping accusations, well, Decker actually deleted all of his videos and pictures and started unfollowing the majority of those who were in his company. Now, again, the loss.
Bobcat, thank you for being here. So I'm open to everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. I don't quite understand the Burger King military dipshits are funny. I hope that you're not talking about all military, because that would be a big no-no to do in any YouTube chat. So I just ask that you please keep it respectful. And if I'm misunderstanding you, I do apologize. A lot of families of mine and everybody in chat wasn't military, so that's why I'm just kind of prefacing with that.
Of Peyton, Olivia, and Evelyn are hitting his teammates hard. They say that everyone who served with Decker is feeling betrayed and are distraught to learn of what has happened. That's the latest. Back to you.
Nessa, you get that photo to charger, sweetheart. Okay. So that was the video on it, and it showed a few pictures of him from 2017 when he was in the military. Foreign Burger King military has committed treason. United States Confederate Constitutional Republic of Morocco. Well, I mean, are you talking about, what is it called, where people from the United States will go over and serve under a different nation? I mean, maybe I could understand your aspect on that, not necessarily agree. But if you're talking about the United States military in general, what happens is they sign up and they don't have a choice in the matter. They're sent wherever they're sent, and they fight they fight. And that's it. That's all. If you try to leave, you're considered MIA, which is missing in action, and you could go to the barracks for years upon years upon years for that. I apologize if I'm still misunderstanding you. Hey, the resident and AM, good to see you. But I would say they don't really have a choice in the matter. They're just deployed to where they're deployed to. So this is from 2017, where he was in he was in Ranger school, and we did see him, they said, with the Ranger patch, but he was moved to a different company or regiment, and he never completed Ranger school. So it seems like there might have been some issues from the onset. Not sure. It says the brief. First of all, under the picture or video, it says an anonymous former Army comrade of Travis Decker wanted for the murder of his 3 daughters revealed new details about his personality and military background. The brief, Travis Decker, the man wanted in the killing of his 3 daughters, has a complex military background. A former Army squad mate describes Decker as quiet, hardworking, and having a desire to prove himself. The manhunt for Decker in Chelan County, Washington, is ongoing. Seattle, Washington. As new details continue to unfold in the case against Travis Decker, Fox 13 has learned more about the man at the center of the tragic killing of his 3 daughters, Peyton, Olivia, and Evelyn. A former Army squad mate of Decker's shared insight into Decker's military past and recent behavior on the condition of anonymity of being anonymous. There we go. Hey, Taco. What's up? Oh, sorry. Okay. Who is Travis Decker? What to know about Wenatchee? Washington father wanted for homicide. Authorities are searching for the father of 3 young Wenatchee girls ages 5, 8, and 9 after they were found deceased. The backstory: the 2 served together in 2017 as part of the 503rd Infantry Regiment 173rd Airborne Brigade combat team while stationed in Italy. The source provided photos of Decker taken that year showing him just after completing a long march in Europe. So I don't know military terms, but considering that he was deployed over to Italy and they did a long quote-unquote march in Europe, I would think he might have been deployed. Hey, Scratch. Good to see you. Maybe, Jeepers. Maybe. They said that he was narcissistic. I don't know if he was in Italy and marching in Europe as part of his training or part of his deployment. The former squad mate described Decker as being quiet, a bit of an outcast, yet a hard worker and somewhat of a narcissist. Before joining, you know what, I'm going to stop right there. Former squad mate, if it was a male and he's describing another male as being somewhat of a narcissist, it sounds like he was a big narcissist, and the narcissism aspects and attributes that he had have been spoken about in the custody papers as well, from Whitney. I do have another document on that we can go over as well. He does, Anders. You know, it's funny you say that he looks different in every picture. He does. He's one of those people that can change very easily to look like completely different people. Like, yeah, he looks like a completely different person in each picture, which is not good when it comes to blending in. I agree. AM, we need to take better care of our veterans and their family. I was born and raised in Wenatchee. Can't believe this happened. It's a small valley town. Oh, wow. It sounded like Indian Taco when we were reading that a lot of people are coming together to support Whitney, and I'm really glad that she has that. It's Washington State, Anders, all the way to the west. All the way on the west side of the United States at the top, I do believe. Oregon might be above it. I know there's Washington and Oregon. I can't remember which one's at the very top by the Canadian border. I think it's Washington. Hot body, yeah. Okay. Before joining the 503rd, Decker had reportedly been removed from the elite Ranger Regiment after failing to complete Ranger School. Despite public photos circulating of Decker in uniform with a Ranger tab, the source says he wasn't a Ranger. The teammate recalls Decker joining the unit in Italy and meeting Whitney, who had already welcomed their first child, Peyton. According to the source, Decker spoke often about wanting to follow in his father's footsteps. His father was a Green Beret, and he expressed a desire to return to Special Forces, though he never did. I think that could be also where some of the mental health aspects of this could come into play. Hey, Ali X. Cheapers. Because if he had this innate desire to be like his father, who had done all these great things and became a Green Beret, yet he failed Ranger School, that could definitely bother him and make him feel inadequate. My cousin has mental issues and lives in his truck with his dog in Wenatchee, and my aunt has been trying to get him help, and it's very hard to get services there. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it sounded like the mother is pushing for better services for everybody in the area. It says, why the manhunt for Washington triple murder suspect Travis Decker is complicated. Authorities are shutting down roads, trails, asking residents in remote areas to lock their doors and search for and as the search for Travis Decker continues. I apologize. The squad member says it felt like Decker had something to prove, saying he talked about his dad a lot. He worshipped him. So there you go. His dad's a Green Beret. He wanted to be a Green Beret just like his dad and was unfortunately unable to. And so it made him feel inadequate, I'm sure. The two remained loosely connected on social media after their time in the military, but in the days following the murder accusations, the source said Decker deleted nearly all his posts, photos, videos, and unfollowed most of his former comrades. So, if he did that after the murder accusations, he's still got a phone. How is he doing that without a phone? Why aren't we tapping the phone? What phone is he using? Number one, but number two, I think he's doing that because he realizes what he's done and he doesn't want them, like people, you know how people will go on Facebook and look up people and they'll see who all their friends are and they'll start reaching out to them and talking to them. So he basically deleted everything and unfollowed everybody to try to keep people from trying to contact them and bother them, if I had to guess. Bad Girl says, sounds like Travis had unrealistic expectations of himself in the military. I agree. Oh. My ex said he felt shame trying to get help. There's a lot of that feeling too. That's so sad. I hate that. There is a wasp in here. Okay. Now, with the deaths of the Deckers' 3 young daughters making national headlines, those who once served alongside him are reeling. All of us who served with him feel betrayed and are beyond distraught with the news, unquote, the teammate said. Okay. The case remains under investigation, and Fox 13 will continue to provide updates as new information becomes available. You can watch this video real quick. I'm trying to see if this wasp will in because I don't want it to sting Basil, so I'm going to try to get it. Hold on. There's a 13-second ad. See, I pay for premium, so I don't have to deal with this. But I have to deal with it on there. Hold on, let me get this. Oh, Lordy Jesus, I'm not going to be able to do both at once.
Continues in Chelan County. Decker is wanted for the murder of his 3 young daughters.
Why?
Today, we are showing you this new photo of him.
4-day head start, so we'll see what comes.
What?
The manhunt for Travis Decker continues in Chelan County. Decker is wanted for the murder of his 3 young daughters.
Now, today, we are showing you this new photo of him as the search intensifies. That's because this photo gives you a better look at the distinct tattoos on his arms. Now, his daughters, Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, were reported missing last Friday. That's because the girls never returned from a scheduled visitation with Decker. Then, by Monday, those 3 girls were tragically found dead near the Rock Island campground just west of Leavenworth. Thanks for joining us for Fox 13 News at 5. I'm Matthew Smith.
And I'm Hannah Kim. We have live team coverage for you tonight. Alejandra Guzman spoke with somebody who was in the same Army platoon as Decker.
But we do want to get out to Fox 13's Lauren Donovan. She's joining us live from Wenatchee. Lauren, you were there as two friends of the girl's mother spoke publicly about all the pain and loss that she's feeling. But what are you hearing?
Yeah, so Matt, these people that we just heard from here at Memorial Park
Oh,
in downtown
no.
Wenatchee, they know the girls well, and they are the ones responsible for being behind the support fund for their mom, Whitney. Now, at this point, I just checked the GoFundMe, and they have generated $960,000. You heard that right, just shy of $1 million. We know these funds are going to go to any related expenses for Whitney and legal fees for her as well. Here is how those friends we just heard from over here in the park, here's how they say Whitney is holding up.
Whitney is living every parent's worst nightmare. The hole in her heart is immeasurable. There are no words that can capture.
The Wenatchee National Forest outside of Leavenworth, the search for her estranged ex-husband continues. The
We had heard that, so that's why I skipped past it.
Forest Service has put the Icicle Gorge area on total lockdown. Anyone looking to hike, backpack up in the enchantments will find that their plans have got to be dashed. Barricades stand in the roadway right at the Snow Lakes trailhead. Can't get any further than that. Just a couple minutes outside of town. We are hearing the enchantments. They will not open back up until at least June 18th. That's nearly 2 weeks from now. So when you say the search is intensifying, yeah, it absolutely is. Multiple campgrounds are closed. Authorities are advising folks now to actually lock down their remote cabins, make sure nobody is getting in. We know sheriff's deputies, they have been carefully combing the area, going really from campsite to campsite, finding some remote structures out there in the Wenatchee Forest and scanning through them, making sure nobody is hiding inside. We have heard that there were some tips that they saw someone that appeared to be Decker in the Wenatchee National Forest, but it doesn't appear those tips have come to fruition, produced anything yet. We also know today there was scheduled to be a completion of the autopsy, and the hope was wrapping that up, according to the sheriff, would help them key in on the timeline of when this all happened, when the girls were killed, because right now all we have is the point from the grim discovery. So it appears at least he's got a 4-day head start. So we'll see what comes of that. For now, we are live here in Wenatchee, and we'll send it back to you.
The sheriff had said the sighting in Idaho was not him. Okay. Let me pull up this one document, and then we'll go to what I had for what Daniel had said. And I don't know what else I'll have after that. Hold on. Okay, why can't I share this? Okay, good. Okay, so I didn't print this out or anything, but this was filed September 27th of 2024. It's more along the lines of the custody agreement, and the reason we're talking about this is because it kind of shows his mental state before everything happened. Hey, Black Knight, Lori got kicked out of court. Oh, we'll have to look at that. We'll have to look at that in just a minute. Maybe they'll have it up. Okay. So this is from Cozart. Oh, Ariana Cozart, who I suppose represented her during the custody hearing. I could be wrong. It's adequate cause temporary order for Whitney Decker versus Travis Decker. It was the recording started at 2:38 and stopped at 3:12. It said court introduced case and advised parties were present on motion for adequate cause decision and motion for temporary family law order, both filed by the petitioner and the mother, Whitney Decker. Further noted it had reviewed the file. Ms. Cozart informed the court she had not received any form of response from the respondent or the father, Travis Decker. Court stated that the father had filed his own motion as well as proposed parenting plan. Ms. Cozart asserted that since the father had filed his own proposed order, court should make a filing of adequate cause. Court inquired if the father agreed to adequate cause. Father replied that he did not. Court ruled that it was not going to consider father's motion or proposed parenting plan. Ms. Cozart argued that there was a substantial change in circumstances as to why the father's ability to parent the children safely. Further described an incident where father had children sleep at the armory around dozens of other men. Ms. Cozart maintained that the father was homeless and currently living in his truck. Further asked that the father be prohibited from having overnight visits with the children until he secured safe housing. Travis Decker was placed under oath, and the father provided sworn testimony and argued that there was not adequate cause to change the current parenting plan because he already didn't get enough residential time with the children. The father submitted that he was voluntarily no longer full time active Army so that he could spend more time with his family. Court found that there was substantial change in circumstances as to father and found adequate cause to modify the current parenting plan. Ms. Cozart asked the court to implement limiting factors against the father and ordered the father to obtain a domestic violence evaluation. Further requested that the father participate in psychiatric assessment. Ms. Cozart asserted that the mother should be able to limit visitation at her discretion and father should not be allowed to leave children alone at any point during his residential time. Ms. Cozart suggested parties use the Talking Parents application for calendaring events, communication regarding children. Ms. Cozart requested attorney fees and for father to sign a statement of consent form so that the mother could obtain passports for the children. The father objected to the mother's proposed parenting plan and proclaimed that he liked to take his children camping on his weekends. Further stated he understood mother's concerns about his current living situation. Father advised he had no objection to paying child support, but explained he was going through a transition period where he was financially unstable and could not afford to pay anything. Father insisted that it was important for the children to understand the reality of how the world works so they could learn from his current condition, and the court disagreed. Okay. He told the court that it was important for the children to learn how the world works, and that's why he's got them at the armory and expects them to learn from the fact that he is a homeless vet. I mean, there's already showing cracks in his mental stability. And again, earlier in the document, it said that he voluntarily is not full service Army so that he could spend more time with his family, but yet is having financial difficulties. So, which is it? Like, you're voluntarily not full service so you can spend time with the family, but can't pay child support or anything else? And you think it's important for them to learn from his current living condition as small children? That's not good. Court found that the mother's proposed parenting plan was the most appropriate and was in the best interest of the children. Court found limiting factors of neglect and emotional or physical problems against the father. Further ordered the father obtain an anger management or domestic violence evaluation as well as a full psychiatric evaluation by a licensed psychiatrist to include potential diagnoses. Yeah, because he sounds like a crazy person saying things like that. Court granted father visitation every other weekend on Fridays from 5 to 8, Saturdays 11 to 7, and Sundays 9 to 5. Further adopted all other provisions set forth from the mother's proposed order. Court reserved on the issue of attorney fees and ordered father to sign statement of consent forms so that the mother could obtain passports for the children. Court signed order on adequate cause to change a parenting custody order, temporary family law and order, and temporary family parenting plan. That was September 27th of 2024. My goodness. All right, let's see if we can find Lori real quick, and then we will talk about what I have that Daniel said about Melayha. And then, I don't know, we can just chit-chat for a little while. Okay. Okay. It appears to be up. from 13 minutes ago. Let me see what y'all are saying. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. Bellis, that is crazy. Okay. That was fairly recent, wasn't it?
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on.
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
And would you
talk
like?
to your advisory council during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
yelling at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm very courteous.
Wow.
I'm very courteous to you.
Girl, no, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
Which would also be 404B.
Wow. I wonder if we can find it like with more context. I don't know if that's the one we just watched, but
That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be 405.
Yeah, they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on.
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
And would you
talk
like?
to your advisory council during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm very courteous. I'm very courteous to you.
No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings.
wow.
Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
All rise.
I wish I knew what she said just there.
All rise.
Wow. You know, it's not surprising at this point. She's just doing it for show, in my opinion.
Would the defense like to give an opening statement at this?
We'll have to come back to that and look at her opening statement and things. Yeah, at this point, in my opinion, she's just doing this for show anyway. So she's going to be as dramatic and abrasive as possible, in my opinion. Okay. So this is about Daniel and Melayha, as far as Jack and Lily Sullivan, who are currently missing. We're going to talk about them for a minute. Wait, what? Is here. Hello. Tell liar Lori her top head ponytail is for younger women. She still thinks she's Farrah Fawcett. She does. Her tampon curler waves in. Yeah. She's a child throwing a tantrum. Exactly. She was. She just wants to prolong everything. She has nothing to lose. This is just a vacation for her. Right. And he's done with her bullshit. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So this reads, stepfather of missing Nova Scotia children asks people to stop attacking their mother online. We'll watch this video real quick.
It has been now
Why?
more than a month since Lily and Jackson vanished in Nova.
Lord, he have mercy.
It has been now a little more than a month since Lily and Jack Sullivan vanished in Nova Scotia's Pictou County. Multiple massive search efforts have turned up little sign of the 4- and 6-year-olds. Last night, dozens of people came together for a vigil to try a new tack, hope and prayer. CTV's Hafsa Arif has the story.
Lily and Jack Sullivan, still missing?
Reading the words from a page he was handed at a vigil for his missing stepchildren, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martel says it brought out a lot of emotions.
They had some RCP speakers and people from the community, and there was even one guy who drove all the way from Sheet Harbor to come up and show his respect, so I appreciate that.
The children are believed to have wandered away from their home on May 2nd. It's been weeks and not much has turned up since. But Martel is still holding on to hope the children will be found safe.
It doesn't get any easier. I mean, 1 month has passed.
At the vigil, Martel didn't know what to expect, but people came. Strangers stood silent, held candles, and left messages.
What else can you do? It's a way they can show their emotion and as best they can, and that we haven't forgotten.
The children's mother didn't attend the vigil. Martel says the grief has been overwhelming, and online speculation hasn't helped, especially for their daughter that still lives with her.
Put your focus outward around Melayha and toward the kids. Don't attack Melayha, because her mental health is, it's going to be reflected on our daughter, so I don't want anyone attacking Melayha anymore.
The county's warden says he understands a vigil may seem premature to some, but it's a sign of how deeply the community cares.
I always thought that perhaps it was a little early and perhaps it would show that we were sort of accepting the inevitable, and maybe we have to, but I think there was still hope here. I don't think they were giving up.
The RCMP is still investigating this as a missing persons case and is encouraging anyone with information to reach out. Hafsa Arif, CTV News, Stellarton.
I wanted to go back to one thing real quick. I think it was about right here. Hold on.
1 month has passed.
At the vigil, Martel
might have been back.
Come up and show us.
I'm going to go back to here. Hold on.
New tack, hope and prayer. CTV's Hafsa Arif has the story.
Lily and Jack Sullivan, still missing?
Reading the words from
listen
a page
to it again,
he
I
was handed at
suppose.
a vigil for his missing stepchildren, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martel says it brought out a lot of emotions.
They had some RCP speakers and people from the community, and there was even one guy who drove all the way from Sheet Harbor to come up and show his respect, so I appreciate that.
The children are believed to have wandered away from their home on May 2nd. It's been weeks and not much has turned up since. But Martel...
Look at the forest. Like, it's gray and dark and thick. So, I don't know. That kind of gives me a better idea of what they're battling right now with that. Oh, I'm sorry, Allie. Bella said we're sorry. Okay. The article reads, the stepfather of 2 missing children in Nova Scotia's Pictou County is asking people to stop, quote, attacking their mother online as he tries to remain hopeful the siblings will be found safe. Quote, it doesn't get any easier, unquote, Daniel Martel told CTV News. 1 month has passed, Martel says. The grief is overwhelming and only made worse by the online speculation about what happened to 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, especially when he has one child who still lives with her mother. So that's given us a clear indication that the baby is with the mother. So that's interesting. Quote, put your focus around Melayha towards the kids, unquote, he said, referring to the children's mother. Quote, don't attack Melayha because her mental health is going to be reflected on our daughter. So I don't want anyone attacking Melayha anymore, unquote. It is believed the Sullivan children wandered away from their home on Gerlach Road in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia, the morning of May 2nd. The disappearance has stunned the community, with dozens of people coming together for a candlelight vigil in Stellarton, Nova Scotia, Monday evening. Martell attended the event, saying it brought out many emotions. Quote, they had some RCMP speakers from the community and people from the community, and there was even one guy who drove all the way from Sheet Harbor to come up and show his respect, so I appreciate that, Martell told CTV News. The children's mother, Melayha Brooks Murray, did not attend the vigil. Pictou County Warden Robert Parker says he understands the vigil may seem premature to some, but he feels it shows how deeply the community cares about Lily and Jack. Quote, I always thought perhaps it was a little early, and perhaps it would show that we were sort of accepting the inevitable, and maybe we have to, but I think there's still hope here. I don't think that we're giving up, unquote, said Parker. What else can you do? It's a way they can show their emotion as best they can, and that we haven't forgotten, unquote. That's one thing that I've never understood with the vigils and stuff. Hey, Veronica, thank you for hitting the thumbs up. I really appreciate that. The vigils, the candlelight vigils, that's always been weird to me. Because it does make me feel like you're like mourning their deaths. I've never understood like vigils when there's a missing child. It's like you're saying they're deceased. I don't know. That's the way it's always felt to me. The search and investigation. The RCMP launched an extensive air and ground search for the siblings, which covered 5.5 square kilometers of heavily wooded and rural terrain shortly after they were reported missing. The search, which involved hundreds of people, dogs, drones, divers, and helicopters, was scaled back 5 days later. Additional searches took place on May 8th, 9th, 17th, 18th, 31st, and June 1st. In the latest search, 78 trained searchers from across the province focused on specific areas around Gerlach Road and a nearby pipeline where a boot print was previously found. The head of the search and rescue team searchers said they did not find any new evidence last weekend. The RCMP said any future searches would be determined, quote, based on the course of the investigation, unquote. As for the investigation, the police say they have collected hours of video from the area, are following up on more than 355 tips from the public, and interviewed more than 50 people. Police have also confirmed the children were spotted in public with the family members the afternoon of May 1st, the day before they were reported missing. For further details about the investigation, few other details about the investigation have been released. Anyone with information about the missing children or who has video footage to share with police is asked to call the Northwest Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit at 902-896-5060. To remain anonymous, contact Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers toll free at 1-800-222-TIPS or 8477. So, yeah. Okay. I had something else requested that I had out, but I haven't got it back yet. So I was checking that real quick. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Hold on, let me pull my email back up. Doo-doo-doo. Let me find it. Hold on, I gotta find the email. Let me check this one. Hold on just a minute. Where is it? Oh, okay. Nope. Yep, there it is. All right, let's see. I downloaded this screenshot. We're going to go through my videos. I mean, not my videos, my screenshots real quick. I haven't cleaned them out yet, so it's going to be kind of weird, maybe. Hold on. I want to go back to the other screenshots of the area. Okay, now let me pull it up so y'all can see it. Okay. So we were looking and we were wondering right here where it says Lansdowne Road, where the assumed gas line is, and then the home is right here. There is this gray line right here that goes like that, and we were wondering if it was railroad tracks, right? So you see how close, like even the home right here, the home is right here, and if this was indeed railroad tracks, it goes right there. I mean, it's right by the house. Okay, and then Abellis sent me a picture of the confirmed railroad tracks. There we go. So, from what I understand, the house is like right here. That actually might be the house right there. And the railroad track is right here. So that's how close the railroad is to the home. Good to see you, Hio. It's really, really close, which is really, really scary. CLA 250. I'm confused. It's nice to see you, Mercedes. It is really scary to think that the railroad tracks are right there because I have railroad tracks right by my house and I walk down them all the time and there's all kinds of people walking around up there. So it could be possible that somebody saw them and was walking the railroad tracks and maybe noticed them and kidnapped them that way. Um, Even if they, initially noticed them while they were walking down the railroad tracks or heard Lily screaming outside and saw that they were maybe outside by themselves or something like that, hung out in the area and then took them that morning, it's just scary. And then, you know, got away, unfortunately. Oh, Abellis, I'm sorry. I didn't see you backstage. How are you?
I'm good. That's okay. Hi, everybody. I just came up because their house is a little bit further up to the right. The one we see there is not their house.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, that's the international or whatever symbol for railroad. So
Okay. Do you know if that railroad track is still in service? I mean, I imagine it would be.
I don't know. I forgot. I was going to look on an actual map, like on this map, but on the satellite view. We might get a better idea to see if it's in use. It probably is. I mean,
Okay.
I shouldn't say probably. I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm looking now. Hold on.
Hi, Basil.
Station in Boston. Lansdowne Station. Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Lansdowne Station in Nova Scotia is no longer in service. It was once a busy railway stop, but has since transitioned into a rural community. But that doesn't tell me about the railroad.
Right.
Here's railroad history.
I mean, you can walk for miles on railroads, as you know.
Yeah.
You know, you said you walk on yours.
Mm-hmm. This is from 1987. It doesn't. It says station details as of 1897. Rail service. Sunday? Okay, I'm not understanding that. Let's try a different one. I'm trying to pull up a map now. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Tracks are also elevated, so they're dry normally.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's not wanting to load. Let me close some of this stuff out.
Can you zoom in on that one?
I'm trying, but it's not
Sorry.
wanting to load. Oh, no, you're good. You're fine. Now that's a visual search.
Like we can really see it well, you know?
Yeah. There we go. Now it's loading. Okay, let me go down to this map. Okay. There's the lake. Here's Lansdowne Station. That looks like where the roads cross right there and what we think to be the railroad track right here.
Yeah. It almost
Yeah.
looks like a dirt road now instead of a railroad.
It does. That looks like the thing that comes down when the track is coming through.
Yeah.
But that would be if this was the track, not the road.
And if you go up their road, you can see where their trailer is. A little further
Let's
on.
go.
It's not far.
Yeah, it's
There.
right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can almost see rails now. You can
Yeah,
see
it looks
two
like
dark lines.
Yeah, it looks like there could be rails there still. This is an open point, so sorry, not trying to make y'all sick. So during this point, somebody would be seen out in the open, but out here it's pretty rural and wooded. Even walking past that house, you might not be noticed.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's trees all right here, so you still probably wouldn't be noticed. But if you went up to this road right here, right out here, you would be noticed.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the house, so this is the railroad track, and then this is their house.
Yeah. You know,
And sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if the children thought maybe that they had missed the bus, they may have tried walking along the road and then walking along the railroad track or the other road.
That's
But I
true.
interrupted you and you were going to say?
Oh, no, you're fine. Hey, Mercedes. I was going to say, I wonder if somebody could, like, with Lily screeching, I wonder if somebody could hear Lily screeching if they're walking down the railroad tracks from her house up here.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Nino.
Hey, hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I don't have patience for typing, so I just wanted to jump on. Do you remember in one of the press conferences, you could hear a train passing and they
Oh,
had
yeah,
to
that's
stop
true.
what they, yeah, so there is,
Yeah.
I don't know how many rail tracks there would be, but I always assumed it was the same one because it was close enough to the command center that you could hear the train. And they even said, they commented on it saying that the train was slowing down because they were aware that there are searchers in the area. So they were like slowing down, and that's why it was taking so long for it to pass. So there are
Oh.
tracks that are usable, but I don't know if it's the same ones that we're looking at here.
I mean, it
Mm.
probably would be because I would assume there's only one railway that goes through the
Yeah,
area. So
yeah, that
that's a
would
good
make
point.
sense. Yeah, that would
Yeah.
make sense.
And
You're
thank
right,
you for
Medow,
that
that's
because I
great.
forgot.
Yeah, me too. That's awesome.
I'm just looking at the terrain now. I'm wondering if they had the press conference right here.
I thought it was
No?
at command center because there's so
Yeah.
many
Yeah.
I was
of like
wondering.
the top people that were there.
Wasn't there a
Yeah.
building behind them?
Yeah, it was a
Also?
building.
Yeah.
It was,
I don't know. Yeah, I thought that might be it, but that doesn't appear to be it.
Could they have
but it
been
was
at
a
the
bit
school?
removed. I remember it was a bit removed from like the actual search area because of the like communication logistics. Like,
Right.
yeah, so there was, I think they had to tap into like um old school lines. Like they couldn't
Yeah.
rely too much on wireless. So I
Right.
Could
think,
they have been
yeah,
at the school, at the actual Lansdowne or Salt Spring school?
I honestly I don't
Mhm.
remember. I
Yeah,
know they
it's
said, but I don't remember where it
Yeah.
was.
yeah, it was in one of the articles, but I can't remember off the top of my head right now either.
Do you
But I
have the
remember we did
video?
look it up. We looked it up in the beginning, and
Yeah.
Hmm.
I remember thinking, "Oh, that's kind of like removed. It's kind of
Hey,
a bit
baby.
far." But
Yeah.
AS, do you have that video of the press conference? Maybe we could watch a minute of it.
I can try to find it. There's probably been a lot. I'm gonna try to pull it up real quick. Hold on.
I
I
forgot
wonder
about that train, yeah.
which one it would be.
It was early on, like May 2nd or something, or not May 2nd, a few days after, like very early on.
it was the one where they specifically said that they were discontinuing the search, and that if they believed that if the children were still alive, they would still continue searching. So that was the
Yeah.
first indication that we had. So I think it was around day 8 of the search. Day 8, 9, or 10, around that.
Okay.
And it was the RCMP guy. I keep calling him Patterson, but it's not that. The the one with the glasses.
Right. I know the woman is McCann, I think, the RCMP female officer.
I think I sent you an email of like the whole thing, and it was bilingual. So it might be faster to look in your emails.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna check my email because I want to see what this one is from 21 hours ago.
Hmm.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up my email. Takes me a second to get my email up.
What's your weather like, Nino?
It's humid and kind of hazy. Not sunny, but humid. Hot. Which is crazy. Like, because last weekend it was so cold. It was raining, and we were only at like 3 or 4 degrees, and I actually had to turn my heat back on.
Oh my goodness.
And now we're at like a humidex of 37, which is insane.
Is the haziness the smoke from the fires?
I don't think so, but it's kind of, I don't know if like the cloudiness, haziness is like just the weather or the smoke. It doesn't smell like smoke, not like 2 years ago.
Right. Ali was
So
just saying that it's smoky where they live.
yeah. So I'm wondering if this is it. This is a 28-minute
Yeah,
presser.
yes, because it's bilingual. But if you
Okay.
fast forward to the parts, it was him who was, she speaks in French, and then um, it was him, yes, him.
Okay.
So
Okay.
around, at some point towards the middle, you hear the train.
Okay. So let's see. what we can find. This is RCMP press conference, search for missing NS children scaled back.
Go to the family and loved ones of Lily and Jack Sullivan, to their communities, and to everyone who's worked day and night in an effort to find the children and bring them home. Since the first 911 call was received by the RCMP, reporting that 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack had wandered away from their home on Garlick Road and Lansdowne Station, a multi-agency search has been underway. Teams have been working around the clock. This search has included many agencies, including volunteer ground search and rescue teams from across Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, the Civil Air Search and Rescue Association, known as CASERA, Department of Natural Resources Air Services, Nova Scotia Public Safety and Field Communications, Nova Scotia Guard, Joint Rescue Coordination Center, Salvation Army, the Canada Heavy Urban Search and Rescue Task Force 5, and several RCMP units, including police dog services and drone operators. Since Saturday, because we treat all missing person files as suspicious until our investigation leads us to determine otherwise, our Major Crimes Unit has been engaged. It's been an all-hands-on-deck effort using every available resource and tool. Since the search began on May 2nd, it has been concentrated in the Garlick Road area and has covered 4 square kilometers of heavy, wooded, rural terrain. Up to 160 trained volunteer searchers, along with many others, have been involved in the search each day. Tens of thousands of search hours have been dedicated to scouring the area, and GSAR has confirmed that over 100 tracks have been laid using GPS and grid searches. Efforts to locate Lily and Jack have also included 2 vulnerable missing person alerts, posting their children's photos and information on Nova Scotia RCMP website and social media accounts. Our social accounts have more than 300,000 followers, and releasing information to local media as well as reporters across the country. Lily and Jack have made headlines from coast to coast. While the search has been ongoing, RCMP officers continued with the missing person investigation, speaking with family and community members to gather tips and other information that could help locate the children. We have not received any confirmed reports of sightings. Lily and Jack's family has been provided with regular updates on the search and on the missing person investigation. They've also been afforded supports. As of today, May 7th, the active search efforts to locate Lily and Jack will be scaled back. We're transitioning from a full-scale search to searches of more specific spaces that have already been searched by our teams. We want to circle back to increase the probability that all clues have been found. And when transitioning from an active search to a scaled-back search, probability of survival is taken into consideration. I want to assure you that our missing persons investigation continues. We're not packing up, and we're not giving up. Our investigation is broad, and it won't end until we know where Lily and Jack are and can bring them home. We'll continue to investigate and chase leads for as long as and as hard as we have to. We have the best investigators working every aspect of the file. We continue to appeal to anyone who have information related to our investigation and who has not yet spoken to us to contact the Pictou County District RCMP at 902-485-4333 or Crime Stoppers. Before I close, I want to reiterate that our hearts go out to Lily and Jack's family, to the community and the people who've worked so incredibly hard to date. Many of us have children of our own and have wanted nothing more than to reunite Lily and Jack with their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant McKinnon. I'll now provide his remarks in French. Merci à tous d'être présents aujourd'hui. Tout d'abord, nos pensées vont à la famille et les proches de Lily et Jack Sullivan, à leur communauté.
So you said it's about halfway through, you think?
You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it was the other lady, the one in the orange jacket, when she was speaking. She's like the head of, I want to say search and rescue, but
Okay. I'll go back a little bit, but
no. Go forward. It's not in the beginning.
Okay. There's the lady in orange.
Yeah, I think it was her, around her. And then he comes back to interrupt to say the part about the train.
Okay. Well, he's talking. It seems like she interrupts for a second. Okay. I'm gonna back it up to a little bit, like while he's talking, and then
Okay.
we'll go from there. Okay.
Part of the search.
Scale back versus active search. I know yesterday there was one at or around 180 searchers around 4 square kilometers. So quantify what scale back is, like fewer searchers, smaller area, larger area. How does that look?
Yeah, so just to go to the first point, there's been a lot of searchers here, and we can't thank them enough for being here. They've given up. A lot of them have been here since day one, and they have given up. Some have taken time off work, some have left their families behind, and we are very grateful for that. Saying that, we will look in on them and their senior managers.
I think I hear it in the background. I hear
Yeah.
something that sounds like a train.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, it's coming. I think that's when they were like slowing down is what you're hearing, like
Mm-hmm.
the braking. But yeah, I think it is
Braking.
coming.
Mm-hmm.
To give us some recommendations of what else we can do. But we will take that and we will explore whatever we have and whatever we can do to check it in spots that need to be checked or whatever. But at this point in time, after today, we just won't see all these searchers here.
Sure. Amy, if you're comfortable
Amy.
with that. Thank you.
I saw a person yesterday who was just limping and carrying out people off the stage. Can you talk about how tough it was? Which scholars were you? What did you see? What did your people, your teams, went through?
Well, these woods, they are very thick. There's a lot of the hurricane damage from Fiona a couple years ago. And we've had teams struggling to get through areas, and I can't say anything more about the searchers. They're pushing through all of these areas, going through all of these deadfalls, going through waterways and anything possible just to cover their search areas. So we know that everything has been so thoroughly searched that it's time to, as they say, scale back. And we are exhausting people, and we're starting to see more injuries coming back the last couple of days. And it's hard terrain. Amy Hansen.
And
SEN.
And I will note as well, having had the opportunity to participate yesterday in a helicopter search as well, it is immensely clear looking from above, based on the orange tags on the trees, how thoroughly and meticulously the area has been searched based on the indications you can see even from up in the air of how thorough the searches are. So I also give a hats off to the many searchers who have participated here in support of finding Lily and Jack. Yeah, would you like to go ahead?
So I can hear the thing coming down with the bells and the stop and things like that. But yeah, so that lets us know that the train is definitely still running in the area.
Yep.
Which is scary because, as we saw, and I'll pull it back up, the train tracks are relatively close to the house.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know where this is located in proximity to the house. I think it's rather not very close. So it's not really going to matter where it's at in comparison to the press conference right here. But what's important is that it does run in the area and it's not all that far from their house.
Yeah, I should have put their house in there. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's up here in this curve.
Yeah, it's further up, yeah.
Which I can pull it back up this way if I need to. Oh, no, maybe not. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it this way. If I can remember
Yes.
what.
Yes, Jackie, I'm flying with the birds.
Yeah, here we go. Okay. There we go.
I mean, it's just choice, you know.
Yeah, so here is the train track, and then their house is right here. So you can see, like, with their house right here, and I'm zoomed in. The train that we're hearing in that press conference that's how close it is to their house.
If that's the one, but I think it probably is.
I think so too. I don't think that there would be more than one. I mean, every town that I've been in North Carolina anyway, there's trains that come through. The towns I've been in that have a train, there's one train that comes through, and you can see the old railroad stops. They're usually like little museums and stuff about the railroad now, but it'll be like one train that comes through town and then continues on. Now, if you're in like Raleigh or something, there's several trains that meet there because that's like a big business area. But other than that,
Cara, I would say it's a freight train. We don't have many commuter trains here.
yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
too
I
sure.
would say freight also.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a train that passes by my home so loud every day, several times a day. Sometimes I'm so used to it, I don't even realize the loud sound. Yeah, the one by our house is like right through the woods. The kids run to watch it go by sometimes, and I hear it all the time, and I don't notice it much anymore. It's probably, I don't know, like 500 yards or something. 500 feet, 500 yards, something like that.
You know, it's funny in this picture, the pond that we see by the road is covered by trees by their house.
Oh, yeah.
And
You
this
can
is
kind
more
of
of
see
a,
it. I thought it was down here, though.
I thought it was down here too. And this
Yeah.
is more of a summer picture with the darker leaves,
Yep.
bushier forest.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, I'm going to jump to what they put out 21 hours ago and see if it's anything different than what we just listened to. With him asking people not to attack Malehya. Where is it?
That
Where
was
did it go?
great memory there, Nino.
That was what?
A great memory. She has a great memory.
Yes, she does.
No,
Yes.
I have a terrible memory actually. I don't know why that popped into my head. Honestly, like everybody will say like, "Oh my God, you have the worst memory." And it's true, I admit it. But that for some reason it just popped into my head. So,
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad that it did because that did help out with figuring out the train still ran. All right, this is a 2-minute interview from 21 hours ago, and it says Nova Scotia renewing search and rescue operations. So this is interesting. It says May 31st, but it's posted 21 hours ago.
Over the past month, ground search and rescue team volunteers.
Were you saying something? I'm sorry.
Nope. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good.
Volunteers have combed through a wooded area near the home of missing siblings Lily and Jack Sullivan, who vanished from the area on May 2nd. Official search has been scaled back, but volunteers haven't stopped. In all, there are 23 ground search and rescue teams across the province, 1,200 highly trained volunteers who dedicate time and energy to their emergency support work, which is expanding.
We're not just responding to missing people calls anymore. We're now responding to, we're active participants in the fire response or in a wildfire response. We're active participants in the flooding situation.
Calls for service have nearly doubled this year. Large-scale searches and emergency calls take a toll, too, all challenging for a team that also needs time to fundraise.
One of our fundraisers that we did do at the beginning of May, but we had 2 other call-outs at the same time as that fundraiser, and it really put a stress on our members.
And it appears the province is interested in finding out more. In a letter, the Department of Emergency Management says they've hired a consultant who will meet with the 23 search teams to find out more about their work and how to better support them. That's welcome news for Service, who says there's no clear work arrangement with the province.
We need to know where we're going. We need to know how we fit in the equation. And then from there, developing the funding model as to how we can go forward and offer those services.
Funding is a major challenge. Halifax Search and Rescue need a command truck. That's a $600,000 purchase, more than their entire yearly budget. Last year, they received $90,000 in municipal funding. And the province...
Why is a truck costing $600,000? That's ridiculous.
gives each team
Maybe because of
$3,000.
equipment they need.
Maybe because of what?
The equipment they need to fill the truck, you know.
Oh, okay.
Gear of all
Yeah.
kind.
Yeah,
That
and
makes
for all weather too, because we get
Yeah.
winter.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
That makes sense.
in the Maritimes, it's like really harsh winter.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that they're saying this because like I said from the beginning, like the maritime provinces are the most forgotten about and neglected. So the numbers that they're talking about, like in terms of funding, to me that's ridiculous compared to other provinces where they like have like I don't know how many, almost like 1 million just for like helicopter searches, and it's
Oh,
it
wow.
just like reinforces that, like, yeah, these are the most neglected provinces with the highest unemployment rate, the highest like school dropout rate. Like it's just they're forgotten. It's like they don't exist except when we need their resources. So that
Well,
they're
yeah.
good for, but that's like they're not important. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that
unfortunate.
sucks. That does suck. Hey, Mellow, 77. Yeah, it would be different in Canadian money, but it's still a lot. They're almost like a big CSI truck in the U.S. Okay, I got it. Sorry, that was probably a stupid question, but I appreciate the knowledge on it.
Annually, Halifax draws in around $50,000 through fundraising. Dartmouth councillor Tony Mancini calls the search team essential and says better coordination between all levels of government would help.
And, policy is part of it. We need to have strong governance and policy around search and rescue. And I think even at the municipality, we can even step up our game in support for them.
Ground Search and Rescue remain hopeful they can find a clear path forward with the province. Jesse Thomas, CTV News.
Okay, so that gave us an idea of what was going on as of 21 hours ago. It's been considered that Daniel was following social media. You said, I think he is. Hold on, let me see.
Oh, Mom.
Yeah.
Lori Dumbbell.
They were doing opening statements. Let me type in opening statements. Yeah, this is what we had up. All right, so we can watch Lori Daybell's opening statements if y'all would like to do so. So I don't have anything else to really go over right now. I will check for updates.
With the defense.
Sorry. I will check for updates while we play this.
Do you want us to stay up or?
It doesn't. Yeah, you're fine if you want to, or you can hop down. It's up to you. Either way is good with me.
No, I need to get back to work.
Oh, okay.
Stupid work gets in the way of life, sometimes.
Right.
But
Yeah. I
I just
appreciate you coming up.
I just wanted to ask you. I know you received the link I had sent you about the emergency alert in Toronto, in Pickering, and then
Sorry, yeah, I'll pull it up.
It was just to highlight, like how in this case with these kids, it doesn't meet the criteria for an Amber Alert, and then there's the emergency alert that goes out in Pickering for. It turned out it was a 13-year-old kid that had killed somebody, but they sent out this emergency alert and it was so ambiguous, and it basically told people to shelter in place and to not go out because there's a killer on the loose. And it was just so like, they had
Oh my God.
they had no details. So when they say about like, oh, we didn't have enough information to issue an Amber Alert, but you had enough information about the children. You could have done it based on that.
Right.
So, so when you compare that to this alert, that's just like, oh, there's a killer running around, everybody shelter in place. And this alert was received in cities that are 6-7 hours away. So
Oh wow.
like, it's sort of like, okay, like, okay, granted,
Wow.
it wasn't an Amber Alert it wasn't. It was an emergency alert, but it's the same thing because your phone reacts to it the same way. It's the same siren that goes off on your phone. It's the same like emergency broadcast that goes off. So to people who are receiving it, like they can't differentiate between Amber or emergency alert. The point is that it's an alert.
Yeah.
But so I don't know why for these children they're they're going on about that stupidity, and meanwhile, like, oh, Pickering just pulls the trigger and issues the most. There's a screenshot of the actual alert, like in that news segment, and when you read it, it's like, oh my God, like it sounds so scary. So it just tells people like, get inside immediately, shelter in place, like don't talk to strangers, don't take any candy. Like it just sounds like everybody's in danger, mass killer. And it turned out it was a
Wow.
13-year-old kid. So to me, that was just like, again, highlights how how certain provinces are treated. So
Yeah.
in Nova Scotia, it's the RCMP that took over the investigation. So they're higher than municipal police. So in Pickering, my understanding that it was the police, like the local municipal police, that decided to issue the alert. And to be honest, it's not the first time they've done this. But honestly, I would prefer you issue an alert and then we complain about it later, rather than not issue an alert and then we have to bury children later. So,
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think issuing the alert is the lesser of the evil, even if it's like a little not necessarily accurate. It still lets people know and lets them, like, it puts them on guard, and then they can somewhat decide for themselves like how to approach a situation. But
Right.
yeah, to me, missing kids, it's like not just for these Nova Scotia, but those 3 girls too. Like that was like, that's disgraceful. That's not what these systems exist for. Like,
Right.
they exist specifically for those situations. So I'd rather be wrong and have children alive than be right and have little tiny grave sites. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's what I wanted you, like, that's why I sent you that. It was just to contrast, like, when you read the actual alert, like, it makes me laugh because of how they worded it, and then to find
Uh-huh.
out later that it was a kid. So
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll watch it real quick. But I
Okay.
do agree. I think that they should be doing some kind of, I don't know, it should be more extensive or whatever. Yeah. Like some kind of Amber Alert or something. Yeah.
Or there should be less like requirements that need to be met. Like, if there's children, just issue it. Not
Just
like
Right.
issue it. Yeah.
there's nothing. It's not going to. There's no harm if there's children and they've been missing even just for 10 minutes. Go ahead and issue it. Like, I don't
Yeah.
see any harm, honestly.
The
So
thing is too, like if they make mistakes after mistake, it's like crying wolf, and people will end up, oh yeah, the alert is sounding. It's probably in Vancouver. When I'm in Victoria, I'm not going to listen to it. People
Yeah.
get what's the word? Not blasé, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Complacent.
Complacent.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah.
we'll watch this real quick. Let's see what they
Okay,
say.
I'm heading back to work. So
Bye,
have
Okay.
a good Friday.
You too. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. That sounds really interesting. I want to see what this says real quick. So let's watch this.
Questions are being raised about the issuance of an emergency alert on Thursday in the Greater Toronto Area. Here in Pickering, there was particular concern among residents and on social media, especially with how it was worded.
Oh, Lord.
When an emergency alert was issued Thursday.
Okay, so it says emergency alert, and then I assume that's French for emergency alert. The Durham Regional Police investigating a homicide suspect in Lynn Heights Drive. Suspect is one unknown male. Police request the public shelter in place. Please monitor local media for further updates on this matter. A homicide suspect. So, yeah, that would make you think that there's a killer on the loose.
Yeah.
Afternoon, a request asking people to shelter in place caused worry in Pickering and beyond.
My kids were just adjacent in the green area, so we weren't sure, right? And then to hear that there was a fatality and something so horrible was really, really hard. So
Nearly 2 hours after the stabbing happened, Durham police issued this post on X.
And it reads, there is a heavy police presence in the area of Fairport Road and Lynn Heights Drive in Pickering. Police are urging residents to shelter in place. An adult female has been transported to a Toronto area trauma center after being assaulted, where she has been pronounced deceased. An unknown suspect remains outstanding. Updates to follow.
And less than an hour later, the alert went out to cell phones in the Greater Toronto Area. As a police update on the ongoing search was happening, people began sharing screenshots of the alert, displaying as terrorism on websites.
So you see right here, it says terrorism.
Oh my goodness.
It's like the Weather Network.
I did become aware of that, but I can assure you that we, at this stage in our investigation, have no information that suggests that this is related to terrorism. I'm not sure how that came out to be.
OPP issue alerts on behalf of local police services, and on Friday, Durham officers defended the timing and the process again.
We understand the impact that they have on our community. We understand that the fear that they may cause, so we don't release them lightly. We have to make sure that the information we have is accurate. We have to make sure it's reliable information, and we have to make sure that the alert is warranted.
A spokesperson for Palmorix, the company that operates the Weather Network and Canada's Alert Ready system, says there was some sort of terrorism indication on the message received from OPP, adding it didn't come from them. An OPP spokesperson wasn't immediately available to comment.
Emergency alerts.
Of course, there wasn't. And if all the, I'm agreeing with what she said. If all this is going out and going on, and it did end up being a 13-year-old child that did this, unfortunately, why are we not doing this for children, small children, in all of the world, the States, Canada, wherever? I mean, yeah.
Just for information purposes, the OPP is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That is important to know. So I wonder why they weren't available for comment. They're supposed to be available for comment.
Yeah.
Save lives in terms of enhancing preparedness. For a majority of the time, emergency alerts result in a successful conclusion when they serve the purpose as intended.
Jack Rosdilsky specializes in disaster and emergency management at York University. He largely agreed with how police handled it, especially in an era of misinformation.
Given the dynamic situation, details of which are emerging, authorities made a call which I think was a wise judgment call.
Adding a review should be done to look at
the interconnected systems and how the four-step process of the alert works, specifically understanding as much as we can about interactions.
In a statement issued to City News late Friday, an OPP spokesperson says that the classification of the alert as a terrorism incident was an error and an investigation is now underway. In Pickering, Nick Westall, City News.
Wow.
I mean, it should be interprovincial and across the border too. It should. These things should be standardized and and across nations, you know,
Yeah.
like the three girls, like what's his name, Travis? He could be here in Canada, and
Yep.
you know, are we looking for him here? Is the RCMP even bothering? Do we know this? I don't know. And I live
Right.
right here. Like for all I know, he could be in my city right now.
Yeah, it's a good point, and yeah, information. Yeah, we need to be working together with things like this. And suspects know this. Like, I mean, he probably knows that if he can get to Canada, people aren't as aware of what's going on as they are in the United States once he gets across that border, if he can.
Exactly.
So it's easier to hide.
Yeah.
I have a lot of questions about that one person y'all were talking about that killed his wife and then disappeared into the woods and it still hasn't been found.
Right.
Like,
It's crazy.
yeah, very crazy.
But like here in BC, somebody who knows what they're doing can live in the forest, near the ocean, near rivers, and have plenty of food, plenty of water forever. I mean, it's such a rich area in resources. You know, you can have salmon in the morning and trout in the afternoon if you want to. You know what I mean? It's
right.
So yeah, they can live comfortably even.
Yeah.
And apparently he does know what he's doing, Travis.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just having some knowledge in that stuff, you could survive. I mean, I feel like, I mean, I don't know about like harsh winters, but you could find a way to survive. I feel like I know enough to where I could, you know, maybe not survive for months and months, but I could probably survive for a little while out in the woods, not necessarily not being detected. And he's got training in that, so he could. And if he got somewhere remote enough, he could build a cabin and live forever.
Yeah.
Goodness. All right, this is going to be opening statements for Lori. I just wanted to kind of see what I want to go directly to what she says.
This is funny. I watched it yesterday. Oh my God, it's funny.
Really? Yeah. So Lori Daybell is known as the cult mom killer. She killed her children. And at this point, she's been convicted of some homicides and is doing life in prison. So, in my opinion, she's just putting on a show at this point. So, I suppose we'll watch her show.
I'd like to give an opening statement at this time.
Right?
You're funny.
Right?
Testing.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
wow.
Here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instruction, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument versus an opening statement.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview of what is to be expected at trial. So go ahead.
That law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you. Sometimes the state charges the defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the defendant should be charged.
I'm going to object again, Your Honor. Improper argument has to strike.
Hold on.
Lord.
The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived.
Yeah, that's two already in the first two sentences of the opening statement.
It's so funny.
Like, she's just putting on a show. Keo said, quote, "I'm just a good person," unquote. "This judge is done with this cow." She is definitely an LOL cow at this point.
You're insulting cows there, Keo.
I love that Lori went from being so sick that she needed a wheelchair to this miraculous recovery. I've heard about that.
Yep.
That she was in a wheelchair.
And her little baby voice, you know, when she's talking to the jury, but she's screaming at the judge a minute later.
Wow. Yeah, definitely a hot mess.
Yep.
Chair are not for the jury's consideration. The prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
The state or the prosecution will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of what happened. In this case, the prosecutor was not present during this alleged crime. The Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps, make up a theory, and present it to you, the jury, at trial. This is their job.
Wow.
They are not witness to the actual events because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred. This case is about a conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate. Conspiracy is an ancient word that appears in the Bible on many occasions. Judas conspired against Jesus with the chief priests for 30 pieces of silver.
Object to, unless this is being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
What is the legal objection?
You're arguing. The opening statement is not argument. I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're going with that.
Cain conspired against Abel, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother.
Stop it. Stop it. Oh my God.
Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreau. But you will find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself.
Yes.
I personally did not have any motivation to have harm.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to let people know who, people in chat who don't know the story. Brandon Boudreau was not murdered, thankfully. He survived the attempt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So that was the her niece's husband, right?
Yes, and they tried to shoot him, and thankfully they missed.
Yes, through the back of a Jeep or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Kara says, I'm a goddess. Your laws don't apply to me. I've been reincarnated 500 million times. And when Jesus comes back, he's going to walk into that jail and say, you're free, Lori. He told me that in a dream.
Yeah. It's funny, but it's true. That's exactly what she says.
Yeah. I think everyone in court signed enough for her too, Veronica.
Harm come to Brandon. In fact, Brandon and I had a very friendly relationship all of the time that I have known him. I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless the defendant's testifying.
Hold on. Can I have the parties approach briefly?
Lord.
Can I have you approach briefly?
Like, even just during her opening statement, she's already having to approach the bench.
Look at her.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Lord.
I first met Brandon when he was married.
Hold on. I wanted to see how close she got to the judge.
Yeah, she's right in his face. Look.
Wow.
But I'm
Shaking
a goddess. Yeah.
Yeah. Shaking her head and putting her hands up and smiling.
Go ahead.
Lord.
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old. So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece. So our families remained close, Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent holidays together and shared in everyday life. I was there for Melanie and Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all 4 of their children. I was also very close to all 4 of their children. In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me, which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon? That is news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question. In this case, you will learn that Brandon had called 911, and Gilbert Police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep, and then he offers the officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house. You will learn that Brandon very quickly hired a private investigator to find out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange email information with Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreau.
Have a good day, Cara. Thank you for being here. We're going to end. We're going to end after we look at the opening statement, so we won't be on much longer either.
You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie Boudreau. You will find out that Brandon had access to the VIN number of a Jeep and gave it to the police. You will find out that after that event, he quickly changed his story from a camo green Jeep to a gray Jeep. You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn that Detective Pillar and Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like. 2 people trying to set up another person for a crime. My niece, Melanie Boudreau, is named by the state as a co-conspirator. However, she has not been charged with the crime.
I'm going to object
but
and
I
have that struck as well, Your Honor.
Jury should disregard that statement. You're going to receive an instruction later that all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
I was not living in Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but also was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a good relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would often be seen laughing and talking. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing. Alex passed away in December 2019 of natural causes, so he is not here to defend himself.
And I'm going to object again to that as well, since he's not party to this.
All right, I'll just remind the jury that what is said in opening statements is not evidence. It's not sworn testimony. Please proceed.
Although the state has alleged that there are several co-conspirators in this case, I am the only one being charged with a crime. So you will be the judge. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you
I
that
would
a
object to the
crime.
statement of the law in terms of 100%.
All right. Again, this is a little bit bordering on argument, but the jury will receive the instructions on what is and what is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
The state has the burden to prove that a crime has been committed here and that I committed that crime.
Wow.
That is the way the
you
law
did.
is written. I do not have to show any evidence or put up a defense.
I liked how she said that it is their job to like basically make up a story to say that I did this crime. Like we're leaving out all of the evidence, all of the forensics, all of the training, all of the things that go into account when saying that somebody committed a crime. She's like, oh, well, they just picked me out of a hat and it was my day to go down for a murder. Like what?
Yeah. And when she mentions her relationship with her brother, they had a very close relationship, if you get my meaning.
Yeah, I've heard that there could be some some like Whitaker action going on there or something.
And the Jeep was her daughter Tylee's Jeep. Tylee, who passed away. Who was murdered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was her niece's Jeep. So I'm glad you clarified that for me.
No, I think it was Tylee's. Pretty
It
sure.
probably was. Yeah.
Chat? Help?
They'll tell us in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. I was probably misinformed on that because I haven't followed very closely this case.
Right.
I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired, meaning made an agreement with my brother to murder Brandon. So you will decide. Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent until the state of Arizona and its prosecutors show you enough evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with this alleged crime. And I want you to look carefully and determine if this event was a crime at all. Did a shooting actually occur? Only Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself did own a gun.
Hey, Orange Rose. Orange Rose said that daughter's Jeep. It was the daughter's Jeep, and Charles bought it for her.
Right.
Wow. Like I'll never understand that. You had someone that was like even bought your she was young, like bought her a brand new Jeep. Y'all, a Jeep. I wanted a Jeep my whole entire life, and you had like all of these things, and you were so well taken care of, and just your kids were loved and appreciated, and it wasn't good enough. Like what?
And they say she was a really good mom up to a certain point. Like she changed when she met that idiot Chad.
Yeah, with the books and it's a main character syndrome. I don't know, like wanting to feel like she's like actually a goddess or something divine, I guess.
Yeah,
But there's a lot of mental health to this too that should have been addressed.
for sure. Yeah.
It did. It sounded like he was a wonderful man, and she had it made, in my opinion.
He did.
The resident, I was going to ask you, did you say earlier that you had a YouTube channel? If you do, I'll make sure to subscribe to it.
You will learn that Brandon knew how to shoot his gun. You will learn that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for a divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the Gilbert Police Department and Detective Pillar, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first-name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation of Brandon and the Gilbert Police Department, because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher what really happened here, because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a consequence for this
And
crime.
again, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to object and strike that. There's
Sustained, the jury in their instructions received an instruction that said the jury is not to consider a penalty. That will be in the final instructions area as well. The jury's job is to determine whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Go ahead.
He's so nice and explaining the rules of the procedure to her. Like, he is so patient and kind with her, and explaining everything to her. Like, you can't, it's not their job to talk about a penalty. This isn't the penalty phase. And explaining to her why she can't say things. And she knows this. She's done this. What is this, her third time representing herself? Like, she,
Sorry,
yeah.
go ahead. Yeah,
No, I didn't mean to cut you off, sweetheart. But she knows the rules. She knows the rules good and well.
she does. I mean, it's like Sarah being pro se. They don't know anything. And so these poor judges have to hold their little hands and get yelled at and be treated like crap in the process. These women are just wild to me.
Yeah, it really is. Delusions of grandeur, and again, I think she's doing it because she knows she has nothing to lose. But like, yeah, narcissistic personality disorder, in my opinion.
For sure.
And the thing about it is you never, ever represent yourself in a court case, ever, because you are saying that I can come and walk in off the street and do exactly what y'all do every single day, because a judge was once a lawyer or a prosecutor, and that's how they earned the position of judge so many years from being a good lawyer or prosecutor, from what I understand. And so when you come in off the street and say, I'm going to represent myself, you're basically saying all the years of education and practice you have mean nothing because I can do your job. Watch me. It's like the worst decision you could ever make. And
It really is. I don't get how they think that they can represent themselves. I mean, what is she? Is she going to be a brain surgeon tomorrow?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And he's still so patient and explanatory with her.
Yeah, he doesn't want a retrial.
Yeah, that was probably more of what it is.
Go ahead, proceed.
You will hear many references during this trial about the state versus Lori Daybell. Well, who is the state? The state are the prosecutors.
I object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
And you, the jury, are brought in to stand between the state and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Lord.
Sustained.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If at the end of this trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent. If the state does not prove to you that I, 1, committed a crime, and 2, committed this crime, then I remain innocent.
Nah.
Yeah, no.
In this case, you will hear a lot of speculation. The definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known.
We know it well.
During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation.
Do we know, does anybody in the comment section happen to know if there is physical evidence to this crime? Like, there is actual forensic evidence and physical evidence, right? Like, because it irritates me when she says they're going to use speculation and all of that when I'm assuming they have evidence to prove she did this.
I think they have bullet, don't they? Or bullet casing, I think.
Right, I would think so. And I mean, I know they got eyewitness accounts from other people other than just the um people involved in like the main players of the crime. I think there was
Yeah,
other witnesses as well. So like,
I
you
think so
know,
too. I'll have to reread on that.
a-
Just
and
just sorry, off subject. Are
you're
are
good.
the birds bothering you guys? I can
No,
shut my window. They're so loud.
no, it's fine. You're good
Okay,
with me.
thank you.
And chat, y'all can let her know as well. But you're fine with me.
Okay,
Um,
thanks.
I forgot what I was.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no. Oh, I'm sure there's also CCTV footage as well. So like, I mean, I'm sure they have evidence.
All right, yeah.
The girl with the thing over her mouth, she's the court reporter. They would sit kind of in the back or in the front, I apologize, and have this typewriter thing that would type out things. Now, what she's doing is she has this microphone thing that, covers her mouth and she'll say like Lori Daybell to the stand or to the podium, whatever, at X time, and then everything Lori says, she says into that thing, and it records her voice and it makes the transcript for the trial. So like when we've been on here and we pulled up transcripts of a hearing, it's from the person that's doing that talking in the thing. They're saying everything that is said. Yep, exactly. Yep, she's talking. Stenographer. Thank you. That's what it is. The stenographer. Bullet damage to the to the Veep. Bullet damage to the vehicle. The Jeep Wrangler was Charles' Jeep. The Jeep was modified to do the crime, and they stored the Jeep seat in a storage unit. Yeah, I
Oh,
no.
that's right. And a tire too, didn't they? I think there was a tire.
Yep, I think I remember hearing that as well. Like, no, ma'am. This is not just speculation. There's a lot of evidence. I need you to take 15 seats. Like,
Yeah,
what
there
the
is a
Sam hell?
yeah, there is a video of her and I think it's Chad putting stuff in that storage room. I don't think it was
Yeah,
Alex.
yeah. I remember seeing that. I'll see if I can pull it up. Then cell phone data. Alex was near the home. Burner phones. Religious motive. And Brandon's testimony is circumstantial. Wow, it's a conspiracy to commit. So she's being charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Okay. Lord have mercy.
Mm-hmm.
Why would she repeat? So it's just so that it's written down, so there's a record of it. They've done that since I don't know. Ever since I've ever watched a trial, there's always been, at first it started with typewriters, then it went to laptops, as far as I'm aware of. Now I don't know why they talk into that thing now instead of using a laptop. I suppose it's easier than trying to type all the words they say.
And I think
So
also
fast.
that it cleans out other noises and other words, like when she's recording what is on the record. And so when other things are being said that are not should not be on the record, then she's not saying them into the machine.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think.
Yeah, it makes sense. I could definitely understand that. Yeah, I agree. Lorianne said, "I'm so sweet and pleasant, believe me." Talking in that baby voice.
And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant
Your Honor,
for
I
what
would
a fact
object to
really
the
is.
argument.
Sustain.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know it all. You, the jury, have all the power to decide what the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement. You. So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourselves if the state's theory really makes logical sense, What motivation did I have? What malice have I ever shown to anyone? What benefit?
What?
Oh my God.
Stop it. Wow. What malice have I ever shown to anyone? Yeah, disregard me killing my own offspring.
Yeah. He's vile.
She really is. About the recorder too, Veronica, also keep in mind that while this one is televised, a lot of court proceedings are not. Like, if you go to court, when we just go to court for a traffic violation or whatever, it's not recorded like by a camera. So necessarily there might be one, I don't know, but so the recorder would be in there at those times too, and it has to be like entered in as law, like for people to be in the courtroom recording things or whatever. It has to be like entered in by law. Like by law, this person has to be here recording in the courtroom. They have to do it this way, and so it's going to be like across the board. So like because they have to be there when there's nobody recording as well as when there's somebody recording. So that's another reason why we see her there, even though there's cameras.
That makes
She
sense.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Content angel. She is delusional, and it's good to see you.
Hi, content.
What would I gain? I am a person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone.
Stop it.
Not even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to relevance and to argument.
Sustained.
Lord.
I am all about spreading love and will continue to do so, even after this trial is complete, no matter the result. Thank you.
What a dork. Ooh,
And we
the
go-
look. Did you see that? Sorry. Did you see the look
No.
she sent? She looked
Let's
over
see.
at him like, "Argh." That little
Oh,
wench.
yeah.
I like him, Judge Bareski. Bareski.
I do too. This is the prosecution. Dang, I'm gonna watch that with y'all because I'm interested now. But real quick, I want us to keep in mind. Actually, I don't know why I'm trying to do this. Heo dropped the link for me. I want us to keep in mind that we go from her saying, I'm all about love and spreading love, and I'm just a good person, and I'm a kind person, and love, and, I will be okay with whatever the prosecution does, even though they're trying to commit me for this crime that I never even committed, and it's all speculation and all this. Just remember love and light and compassion and kind person. We went from that, I think that was yesterday, to this today. Okay, just a reminder real quick.
That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts, such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you...
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on...
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
And would you
talk
like...
to your advisory council during the break. And
You don't need to yell at me either.
Yelling at you.
okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm very courteous.
Figure out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Figure out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
And still talking.
Bye, Larisha.
And still talking as she walked
My
out.
goodness.
We went from I'm a person of love that wouldn't hurt a fly to that.
Yeah. Unreal.
It is. So this is going to be the prosecutor's opening statement. And we'll watch this and then we'll go for the day because I'm interested in it and I'm going to watch it regardless. I'd rather watch it with y'all and get your comments.
Definitely. He needs a raise, this poor guy.
He does. For sure. Like, I mean, his blood pressure's got to be high, sky high dealing with this bitch.
Yeah, I hope hers is too.
Yeah, she needs it to be. She needs to take 15 seats. One right after the other. All right.
At this time, the state can proceed with its opening statement.
Thank you.
Yes. Pandora, nice to meet you. Yeah, she committed homicide of her 2 children, and I wasn't sure if they had they speculated that she killed Chad Daybell's wife. I forget her name, as well. Tammy. Have they convicted her of that yet, or him of that yet? Has that been convicted?
Yeah, I think all that is done. I think this might be the last one. I think I'm not too, but it's not the ex-husband's new wife. It's her new husband's ex-wife.
Yes.
That they killed.
Yeah, so basically they killed the wife of her current husband so they could run away to Hawaii and get married, and her children were found buried on his property.
Yeah. 2 weeks after Tammy died, they were getting married. Her name is Lori Vallow Daybell.
Mm-hmm. And she thinks she is she's a reincarnated goddess, basically, god or goddess.
And she's been on Earth many, many times before, married to Chad many, many times before.
Yeah, in past lives. Lord, I knew the name of it because we talk about different religions. Like, I'm very much open about religion. We're Christian, and we have church on Sundays here at home with the kids. But we learn about different religions and their beliefs and their practices. And I had looked into Mormonism at one time. My Mr. Speculating's first wife was Mormon, and Moroni, I do believe is the name. We watched a cartoon on it or something, because I just like them to have a wealth of knowledge about things like that. But anyway, yeah, she thinks she's Moroni. I do believe it's Moroni, and that they've been married several times in past lives and all of that shit.
Yeah, I mean, their crap is way beyond all of this. And there is a book called Visions of Glory that all of these weirdos have followed her and Jody and Jody Hildebrand and Ruby Frankie. They were also into all that similar stuff.
Yep, and she was locking her children up in a safe or something, and like.
Yeah, well, they weren't even her children. They were the other one. They were Ruby's children, but they were being locked up in Jody Hildebrand's million megabuck house that she bought by scamming people and breaking up families. And
oh wow, yeah.
I mean, that's another story. We should do. You should do deep dives in all of these, but we never have enough time for everything else.
I know. I haven't looked much into that case either, and I need to look more into it. Have a good day, bad girl.
Bye, bad girl. What I like about, but what is half good about the Jody and Ruby case is that nobody died, thankfully.
Yes, thank God. Like,
Yeah.
I was real worried when I heard those kids were in a safe. Like, there's no oxygen in there. I understand it was like a whole room in the house, but Jesus, like,
Yeah.
no, I don't know. It's just, wow.
She threw the little girl, little tiny girl, she threw her against cacti.
What?
Yes, they were crazy. And
Oh my God.
they were close to buying a piece of property way off in the boonies so that they could abuse the children more. I mean, the case is crazy.
Oh my God.
And she's another one who, when she was sentenced, said, I love these children so much, Yeah,
Oh my
right.
God.
Throwing them in a cactus. Idiot.
Oh my, Pandora, thank you for listening while you work, and I'm so sorry that you ever had to deal with anything like that. That is horrific, and I'm so sorry. If you ever need to talk or anything, you can email me at allegedlyspeculating at gmail.com. All right. Real quick, Cindy from sunny South Florida said, I've been following Mormon Stories podcast for years. There is a lot to unpack in their beliefs, and Lori, Rubies, and others. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot to unpack. And then you get into the Warren Jeffs. Now, I did look into that case. I know a lot about the Warren Jeffs, but that is the LDS, which is Latter-day Saints, and those are the ones that you see with the long dresses and the long sleeves, like out in the desert, bonnets and stuff sometimes. So they live like the old ways.
Yeah. And they're up
My
here too, Warren Jeffs and his people. They were in British Columbia and they were trafficking young girls across the border.
Oh wow. I didn't even know about that, and I've looked into that a lot. I didn't even know about that. That's crazy.
I forget the name of the other guy. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, my personal issue with the Mormon, uh, it, I mean, a lot of it is the prophets. Okay, I mean, and Warren Jeffs is a perfect example. We have prophets, and this one person that's on earth is our only way to talk to God, and everything that they say and do is of God, and you just run the risk of being led astray that way. And I mean, Warren Jeffs is legitimately uh, hurting children in a sexual manner and making them believe it's of God. Like, there's a big issue with that. I believe that if we want to talk to God, we can do it ourselves in our closet, like the Bible says. And I'm not going to get too out there on my religious beliefs, but that I don't think it's good to follow one person as a prophet personally, because you don't know that. I mean, it's a big issue for me.
Oh yeah, definitely. And content, Kingston cult. I'm not sure. Kingston, Ontario. What do you mean? Because I'm talking about BC.
Are
These
you
guys
talk?
were here.
Are you talking about the one in Florida? Mormons were trafficking. Man, I'm never going to get everything done at this rate. Yeah, there I saw a video where they had some of the girls in the back of a trailer that was attached to a truck, and they're moving them from like their community to community, but they're moving them to be married at like the age of 11, 12, 13, so it's classified as trafficking because they
Yeah,
were.
exactly. I think that's the guy. Actually, I'll have to. Uh, but content. These people I'm talking about were in Bountiful, BC. The town of Bountiful. I can never pronounce it. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, he is still running some of the FLDS from behind bars. I'm an ex-Scientologist, and we were always getting lumped in with Mormons. Very annoying. Oh, I could believe it. I could believe it. I haven't. I've heard the bad things about Scientology, but I haven't really looked into it myself. My issue with Scientology is telling somebody everything you've ever done wrong and it being recorded, because I feel like that's blackmail. But you should talk about things you've done wrong and you want to kind of repent for, but not necessarily it being recorded. You know what I mean?
Yep. And if you're
All right.
going to receive spiritual guidance, why do you have to pay for it? You shouldn't have to pay for it.
Right. Yep, I agree with that too. I'll try to pull up the one with the trailers after we listen to this. We'll go for hours way off subject if I don't play this, so I'm going to play this now.
A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate, no rear tire, and dark tint, was parked right up next to Brandon Boudreau's driveway, idling. At 9:13 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreau returned home. That Jeep had been idling there already for over an hour. When Brandon turned onto a street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked so close to his driveway. The back of the Jeep was facing towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep, and then he saw that back window of the Jeep open up, a rifle barrel come out and point at him, and then bang! He heard a shot and his window shattered right next to him. Brandon hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner and drove a block or so away and stopped, calling 911. He talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. As Brandon was speaking with the 911 operator, he had no idea that that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head. You learn that in the back of that Jeep was this defendant's brother, Alex Cox. He had been lying in wait with a rifle for Brandon to return home. This defendant, Lori Vallow-Daybell, the woman seated over here, had loaned her Jeep to her brother so he could drive it to Arizona, so he could be in the back of that Jeep with very dark tint that no one could see through and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal.
So I'm imagining that they have all of this evidence that they can prove, or they wouldn't be talking about it during opening statements. So I mean, again, that tells us a lot.
Yeah.
The goal of this defendant and her co-conspirators to shoot and kill Brandon Boudreau. So let's talk about October 2nd and the weeks leading up to that. All of the actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspiracy and the premeditated murder of Brandon Boudreau. I'm going to start with a little background for you. In June of 2019, Brandon Boudreau was still married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn they were very close. And you're going to learn that they both had it out for Brandon. On June 25th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. And Brandon learned that this defendant had told his wife that he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer, and that Brandon was trying to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. You're going to learn that many of the people, including Brandon and this defendant, are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And having your temple recommend taken away is a very significant event. You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the 25th of June to confront her about these lies, and that she never responded. By July, just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were seeing a mediator and proceeding through a divorce. You're going to also hear that during this time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona. In fact, Lori lived in Chandler. You're going to hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. The Chandler police were out at this defendant's residence.
Hey, Abellis, just in case you said anything, I did have to step away for just a second. I apologize if you had said anything.
No, I said nothing, and my mic was off actually, so we could listen without bird chirps.
Yeah, I had walked away to check the geese, and they needed water and some food, so that's what I had to
Oh,
do real quick. Mr. Speculating is ready to put them up in the garden. I'm concerned they're going to eat, like, there's a lot of grass up there, as I'm sure y'all have seen. I'm worried about them eating the actual plants up there, but I do want to get them in their own little area soon.
do you have any netting you could put over?
We were talking about trying to fence them off an area kind of in the corner there, and put chicken wire over top of it and then around it, kind of. But I want them to have a big area. But when they get big enough, they're going to be free range anyway. So,
Right.
I mean, I suppose it could be a small area where the coop is, and while they're just getting used to being outside.
Oh, so cute.
Yeah, but they follow me everywhere, and so it's going to break my heart. I'm probably going to cry when I have to walk away and they're trying to follow me and get out, and they stay up there. It's going to break my heart.
Aw. Well, you have to stay there with them.
Yeah, I would. I would.
know
I'd
you
have a
would.
sleeping bag and pillow up there with them and sleep with them.
I can see you doing that.
I would.
And they took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, LWD 0997. That will be very important to you. They also noted that Alex had his own car, a Ford F-150.
Yes.
Both of those vehicles were in Chandler in July.
Hold on.
You're going to learn that in...
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt. Are jurors, are they allowed to take notes while he's speaking?
So it depends. Some trials I've seen they're allowed to take notes, but they have to leave their notepad because remember when we did the Vanessa Morales trial with the bathtub homicide and missing baby, they had notebooks, and the judge would say at the end of the day for them to leave their notebooks or turn them in or something to that effect. But then in other trials, I don't hear that. So I think it depends on the trial and whatever the judge decides.
Okay, thank you.
In August or September, or August through September, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be closer to this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. Both of them moved into a complex at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles. You're going to learn that as the divorce is proceeding between Brandon and his then wife, Melanie, that they put their house up for sale. And Melanie moved out and got a rental property. When their house finally sold, Brandon had to rent a home too. And on September 13th of 2019, he rented a house at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you that his plan initially was to stay in his own house almost up to the time of the closing and then move into the rental property. You will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new address. They had children in common, so he didn't think anything of this. And he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreau, this defendant's niece, was the only person who knew Brandon's address, who knew 3875 East Phelps Street, and who also knew this defendant and Alex Cox. Brandon barely moved into that house before the shooting. In fact, he'd moved in sooner than he thought because Melanie told him she was going out of town and offered him the kids for an extra weekend. And so he moved in sooner and took the kids while she flew to Rexburg, Idaho on September 26th through the 29th to be with this defendant. So in the weeks leading up to this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of these things that were done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori Vallow's Jeep. You'll learn that Alex Cox searched out a place to have extra window tinting put on the Jeep. And I say that because you're going to see the photos from the Jeep in July, and you'll see there's tinting on the windows, but you can still see into it. And so, on September 25th, Alex Cox took that Jeep to Dan's Window Tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some of the darkest tint you could put on it.
So that's interesting, and they obviously have that evidence, and that proves premeditation.
Yep.
If they can say that, I mean, she could fight it by saying, no, we just wanted darker tint on the Jeep, but it still doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't look good. An interesting coincidence.
Yes.
You'll see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This is the first action of this defendant, Lori Vallow, in the conspiracy, loaning her brother this Jeep and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get it ready so he can lie in wait and no one could see him in the back with that rifle. It is her first mistake, using that Jeep and tying herself to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to learn that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg. And they purchased a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber information to. And so, how do we know that Alex Cox was there and Lori Vallow was there? Well, you're going to learn they each had their own cell phone, like most of us do, and that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash. And you'll learn that this defendant's cell phone that was subscribed to her was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the time that that burner phone was purchased. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew that he would need a phone when he drove down here, but they knew you don't want to bring your own phone. You'll be tracked, right? So they bought this burner phone so that Alex would have contact while he drove down here and away. But Alex made a mistake. Because like any other phone, you can still use a burner phone to access Google or your Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account.
That's dumb.
In this investigation, you'll learn
That was dumb. The whole reason to get the burner phone is to not have it linked back to you, and then you get on your Google account. Like, really? All right, Stephen Stearns.
the police executed many, many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to learn that Alex searched for things like window tinting in Rexburg, that he searched for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things about angles or trajectories of shots. You're going to learn that the day before, on October 1st and the morning of October 2nd, he searched 3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived. You're going to learn that after the shooting, Alex Cox actually searched for directions on how to get away through a back road. He knew he hadn't killed Brandon. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched for Pinetop, Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads. You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account, lollytimeforever@gmail.com. On September 30th, the day when her brother took her...
I'm sorry. What was that? Lolly Time Forever?
That's her email, is it?
That's what it sounded like. I just backed it up a second. What the hell is lolly time? And why do we need to do it forever? Lordy have
Don't
mercy.
ask me.
Learn that the police also executed
Lord.
search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account. Lollytimeforever at
Lollytimeforever@gmail.com. Wow.
Funny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What in the Sam hell?
gmail.com. On September 30th, the day when her brother took her Jeep and started driving down to Arizona, she searched, quote, how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY YouTube video. This defendant continued to be a co-conspirator and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox, by searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep so he could better lie in wait to shoot Brandon. This was the defendant's second mistake, and more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation. This defendant also, on September 30th, began aiding Alex by becoming his alibi. You'll hear from Nick Valance, who is an FBI agent who deals with cellular analysis, that around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment in this same complex where he and Lori Vallow lived to Lori Vallow's unit.
Hey Tom, I usually don't cover Lori, but she got kicked out of court and Black Knight came in and told us, so we were watching that, and then I wanted to see the opening statements for this trial. So that's why we're watching it today. Yeah, my mind went to a dirty place too. Like I was like, what do we mean lolly time forever, ma'am? I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't say it out loud until now.
She should have called it Murder Is Us at gmail.com.
Exactly. That would have been more appropriate, in my opinion. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And from then on, for the next couple days, Alex Cox's phone remained with this defendant. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that Idaho Falls Walmart on September 30th started moving towards Arizona. You will hear that on October 2nd of 2019, at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, about an hour before the shooting, this defendant created the alibi. She had Alex Cox's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell tower in Rexburg, Idaho. This was Lori Vallow's third mistake. More evidence that she was a co-conspirator and of that premeditation to aid her brother in this shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
So her whole thing of all of this is speculation and hypothesis and, just things they've put together with basically no evidence is just now being thrown out the water, which of course they're not going to try her for it unless they have evidence. So
Yeah. They've done their homework, unlike her.
Yep. Wow.
So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow's Jeep drove from Idaho to Arizona? Well, we're going to start by learning about what we call LPRs, or license plate readers. You will learn and see a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep in Arizona on October 1st of 2019, up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep with that license plate LWD 0997 on its way to Gilbert, Arizona. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting, from a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road. You're going to learn that at the time the burner phone is down here in Arizona. You'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail and Googling an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's Jeep, and Alex's rifle are here in Arizona waiting to commit this shooting. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant does a little more additional help. She goes to a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. The next day, on October 2nd, when this shooting is happening down in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. And you will see video of this as she and Chad Daybell put the rear tire and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into the storage unit. Using the storage unit for that Jeep tire and that bench seat so that her co-conspirator, Alex, could lie in wait in the back of the Jeep, waiting for Brandon to return home that morning. This is, again, evidence of that conspiracy and of the premeditation to kill Brandon. So October 2nd, the morning of this shooting, you will see that Alex Cox was Googling that address, 3875 East Phelps Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. He's using his Gmail account, and he is using cell towers around Melanie Boudreau's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon that morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child.
Ali X, you said you have never been to New York. Then I would call them and try to figure out what's going on. If your vehicle's never been there, I would let them know and make sure you've got your registration and all of that so you can prove it.
That's crazy.
I gotta go. He loves the
You gotta go?
birds. Aw. Have a good weekend, sweetheart. That's so sweet. Thank you for the compliments. And she said that her dog loves the birds too, Abellis.
Oh, cute. Nice. And the birds love the dog too.
Aw.
While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone moves to his residence and begins waiting for him. Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids, and so Alex had to wait longer.
I hope he had to pee.
You'll hear that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed.
You said, I hope he had to what?
I hope he had to pee while he was waiting.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope so too. I hope it was as uncomfortable as it could possibly be for him.
Yeah, it's terrible that they used Tylee's car to do this. It's even, it's even more gross.
Yep, it is. It shows that, she's gonna get what she wants by any means necessary. I mean, even before the homicide of the children.
Yeah.
Because she's throwing Kylie under the bus. I mean, what if they did get caught, or what if they just saw Kylie's vehicle leaving and it's registered to her? Her daughter could end up doing time because of what her mama done.
Yeah. Well, those people.
Yep.
This Jeep. It's a neighborhood that doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it. So there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting. He saw it was running, and he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually look into his rearview mirror to note it had a Texas license plate.
So we also have an eyewitness account there. Hey, JDR. There's, oh yeah. I did a poll asking if Lori and Sarah would get along as cellmates or if they'd be fighting. And JDR says those two would be fighting for attention from those around them and they would have their own gangs. I believe it.
For sure.
But that's how Lori is. She doesn't care who she hurts. Yeah, that's true.
Sarah, too.
Looks online about the troll scams going on. Oh no. He said there's a scam going around regarding tolls. I got a notice the other day, same thing, just ignore it. Oh, tolls. I said trolls. I'm sorry. Tolls. Okay, so yeah, ignore it or actually call the police. Just make sure. But yeah, I wouldn't respond to the text message at all. I would call New York if you needed to check it. But yeah, I did see a thing about scams going on about a toll. I actually watched a news article about it. I think it was last night. Actually, it might be in my history and I might be able to pull it up. You're absolutely right. And I didn't even think about that, Tom. Thank you for that.
This was about 30 plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it. Alex fired one shot. Luckily, he did not hit Brandon. You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window. The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle, but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head when he was sitting in that driver's seat.
He was lucky.
You'll hear that when Brandon took off.
He was. He was.
Yeah.
Some might say being protected by God.
Mm.
You got a scam easy pass bill? Oh, wow. The cicadas were here a couple of years ago, and they were so large and so loud. It was crazy.
Really? They are loud. I've heard them on TV.
Yeah. It might have been the RCMP that released that thing. I'm looking for that thing about the scam toll thing. I'm going to look it up so I can play it for you so you know.
Thank you.
The window remained.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I think I might have found it on the RMCP website because I'm not seeing it in my history, but I'm still going to pull one up.
In the door that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in park, the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting. You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive. Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there. That same day on October 3rd, you will see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again see video of that. You'll also see that they Googled that day, news in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew.
Wow.
How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved? Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate. And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. And he believed this was all tied together.
I mean, and you've even got them there in a Texas license plate from in another state with a Texas license plate. Like, I mean, can we get a thumbnail for dumb criminals, please?
Yeah.
It's
They're not
crazy.
not bright at all.
Absolutely not.
You'll hear that the Gilbert police reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997. The same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on October 1st coming into Arizona. The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement there. You'll hear that on November 1st, police in Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow, they saw Alex Cox, and they saw Chad Daybell. They didn't see the Jeep that day. And so they went back a few days later on November 4th and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tires back on it, rear seat is back in it.
Wow.
You'll hear that they impounded it. And on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it. You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue. You're going to learn that they process the vehicle. Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it. So you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it. You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep.
Wow.
And that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture, multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox. Again, you will hear that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls, the one that was associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account. You will hear from Nick Balance from the FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting, and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that that burner phone called or received calls from was Chad Daybell,
Wow.
this defendant's soon-to-be husband.
Oh yeah, just go ahead and nail that coffin shut. She's done talking about damn speculation and shit. No,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
no evidence at all.
Yeah, stop it.
The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd of 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox and others to kill Brandon. She provided the means, the Jeep, she helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial, the state will ask you all to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Mic drop.
Yep.
Would the defense like to give it?
Hold on. While we're on the subject, I do want to show you guys the video, and then we'll talk about the tolls, and then I wanted to show you guys what I was talking about with that guy having the little girls in the trailer. Okay. So
Yeah.
right now, okay.
I remembered something, AS.
Yes, ma'am.
When I said that when I said that Jody Hildebrand pushed the little girl into a cactus, I was wrong. She made her jump on it herself.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she's a
What?
monster. Yeah,
Oh my God.
nasty thing.
Jesus. That's so sad. I wish
Yeah.
Lori would hop on her broom and fly back to her cell as well.
Mhm.
And yet, there is always a Walmart involved. Every single
It's
time.
so true.
So this is the video that they have of them putting the stuff from the Jeep into the storage unit while they commit the homicide. And then they come back later and get the stuff out of the storage unit and put it back in the Jeep. Which is stupid. So here we go.
I'm Nate Eaton, and we are getting a closer look at surveillance footage from Self Storage Plus in Rexburg. This is the facility where Lori Vallow went on October 1st to rent a storage unit, and inside she placed some very personal belongings, such as children's bikes, scooters, also some photo albums, and blankets with pictures of her children, JJ and Tylee. Lori and sometimes two men visited the facility 9 times in October and 1 time in November. The big question is what happened on October 2nd. We know that Lori rented the unit by herself the day before on the 1st, but on October 2nd, she came in her blue Nissan Rogue with a man we originally thought was Alex Cox, her brother. But a closer look of enhanced high-quality video shows it likely was not Alex. In fact, it appears to be Chad Daybell, based on the way he walks, looks, and comparing his mannerisms to other video we have of him. Let me walk you through this. The blue Rogue...
Oh, wow. See, I always thought it was her brother, Alex, too, until we're hearing it different from the trial, and now this.
Yeah,
That's
it was
crazy.
Chad when they went the first time, and then it was Alex when they came back to get the tire and the back, I think.
Oh, wow.
But you can tell Chad, he's a big slug. He's just
Yeah.
you know.
arrives at 2:25. You can see the timestamp says 1:25, but that's because the clocks were off, according to the facility. Lori is driving the Rogue and makes her way to the door of the building where her unit is. She gets out 2 minutes later at 2:27 with the man we believe is Chad. At 2:29, he pulls a tire out of the back of the Rogue and rolls it into the storage unit. Then 1 minute later, he and Lori both carry in together what appears to be a removable car seat. They put it in the locker, shut the door, and leave the facility at 2:32. Their entire visit is just 7 minutes.
Did he really just smack her ass?
Yep.
So yeah, all of this proves premeditation, and I mean she's pretty much nailed on this conspiracy to commit homicide. I want
Yeah.
to see
I
if
mean, what?
he just. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what is she going to say to this? What's her defense? You know, there's nothing
Yeah,
she can say.
yeah, it does look like Chad. I'm curious to know what she's going to say about this as well.
Yeah.
So right now I'm looking to see if he legit just smacked her butt when they're walking out. I wonder, is his wife still around at this point or no? Not, she already been deceased.
Let's see now.
This
I
would have
don't
been
remember.
October. Yeah, I'm gonna write it down and look it up so I can let us know.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I think they were kissing at one point too when they were when they were in that hallway.
Wow. 10/2/2019. Okay, after we watch this part again, I'll see if she was still alive.
Lori both carry in together what appears to be a removable car seat. They put it in the locker, shut the door, and leave the facility at 2:32. Their entire visit.
He legit just did smack her butt.
Yep.
Wow.
Is just 7 minutes. So why does this matter? Well, that same day, Brandon Boudreaux says that he was shot at in Gilbert, Arizona around 9:30 that morning while coming home from the gym. Brandon had been married to Melanie, Lori's niece, and he had a very large life insurance policy and assets totaling over $1 million. Months.
So, real quick, check this out. She died October 19th of 2019, and this was October 2nd. So what is that? 17 days before she dies is when this video that we just watched where he's smacking her butt takes place.
Creep.
Wow.
Poor
That is
Tammy.
crazy.
Yeah. Tammy and Charles were sweet people, you know?
Yeah. Yep. They did both look constipated.
You know what's really good is
Sorry, love.
when she was served in Hawaii, they're both laying out by the pool. She's actually reading the book, Visions of Glory, and then she gets served by detectives, I guess, or somebody. And it's priceless. It's a really good video to watch.
Yeah, I've seen her get served, but I didn't know that was the book she was reading.
Yeah.
Wow. How insane is that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we saw that. I don't feel like we have to watch the whole video. Let me pull up about this scam real quick so that y'all know in my audience, because that's really important. I did get a couple of... Yeah, this one's from, I think, 2 or 3 months ago. So let's play this.
If you've recently got a text telling you to pay an unpaid toll fee, you're not alone in that. These messages are likely part of the latest so-called smishing scam sweeping the country. The texts are intended to trick people into giving away sensitive information. Nancy Chan is here with what you need to know. Nancy, good morning.
Tony, good morning to you. I got 2 of these just in the past week. It's hitting folks from coast to coast. This is a scam that's been around for a while, but is reaching new levels with federal and state authorities now urging people to be aware. These fake texts are often sent from an international number demanding immediate payment for those.
So it reads easy drive. This would have been Massachusetts alert. It probably has a different state there, and it says your vehicle has an unpaid toll bill. To avoid excessive late fees on your bill, please settle it promptly. Thank you for your cooperation. It says total amount is $6.99, now payment, and it gives you a link. Please reply why, then exit the SMS and open it again to activate the link, or copy the link to your Safari browser and open it. And when you do that, they get they either get personal information from you. I have a friend whose computer just got hacked, and she thought it was the same thing, not necessarily a toll, but a family friend had emailed her, her family member had sent her a link, and she played games with him and thought it was a link for a game, and that person got access to all of her stuff, and it was really scary for her. The one over here on the right reads, the toll roads notice of toll evasion. You have an unpaid toll bill on your account. To avoid late fees, pay within 12 hours or the late fees will be increased and reported to the DMV. And then it gives you a link. Please reply why, then exit the text message and open it again to activate the link, or copy the link to your Safari browser and open it. The toll roads team wishes you a great day.
I bet.
Yeah. And it is an international number because you see +63 and then 945, and then it does the numbers like we have.
You know, and they're smart. The total amount, $6.99. People are going to just, you know, oh, I'll just pay that, and I'm not going to bother.
Exactly. Okay, Hio, have a good day. We're about done here. I'm going to play this video and then show y'all that what I was talking about with the FLDS. Then I'll have to go.
Hugs to Hio and her granny.
Yeah, I hope everything goes good, sweetheart. Did you hear of Nova Scotia Canada Power Company? It got hacked. 300,000 people, private info got stolen. Oh, I did not. That is horrible.
Oh, wow.
Ask them if they take an IOU. I will play with, hey, Red Moon, I didn't even see you come in, sweetheart. I will play with them. Mr. Speculating, actually, they were asking for his, like, bank card or gift card or something, and so he went and got a fake one off of Google Images or something and sent that to him and had him believing for, like, an hour.
Oh, my, that's perfect.
Yeah.
There's a woman on YouTube, who, her name is Rosie, and she scams scammers. Basically, she's a voice actress, so she'll sound like a little old lady, and she is so funny.
Oh, I'll have to check that out.
I'll find her. I'll find her channel. I'll send it to you.
Okay, I've seen this one guy that does it, and he'll, like, wear a wig and dress up in things, and, like, it's funny. Yeah, he scams them, too.
It's hilarious.
Unpaid tolls.
It is, and he'll hack their computers back and then, like, show them a video footage of them working at their facility, and you see them, like, trip out and stuff.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I've seen one who did that.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Yes.
And you know, they have full rooms of people. Like, it's crazy how many people work at these
Yeah,
criminal facilities, you know.
it is, and you'll hear them all in the background talking, especially on the scam calls. You'll hear a bunch of people in the background talking at the same time, and if I hear that, I just hang up automatically because I'm too cautious. Like, if I got an unpaid bill or something, you need to email me or send me a letter through the mail. I don't.
Yeah, exactly. I know my bills. I don't have very many, and I never ever answer any phone number that I don't know. I barely answer the phone numbers I know.
Yep, I'm the same way. Tell them you'll pay them in the fall or not at all. Yep. Tell them, have a nice trip. I'll see you next fall.
Exactly.
Sometimes including a dollar amount supposedly owed. And this is the important part here. The text will include a link to pay up. Officials are urging people not to click it. It's an attempt to gain access to your bank or credit card information, and clicking it could let scammers see other personal information like passwords and PIN numbers. Officials are also warning it could lead to identity theft as well, Tony.
So, Nancy, what should people do if they get one of these texts?
Officials say don't respond, don't click on any links from unknown senders, delete and report the message. You can also use your phone's report junk option to do that. It's there if you need it. And if you're unsure, reach out to the state's tolling agency website or a phone number you know is real. Always good to double check.
And since I'm out here saying words like smishing, I guess that means scam plus phishing.
Phishing, yes,
scam?
smishing.
It's a smishing scam. Okay.
Yeah. Nancy, I got one of those, and I thought, I think it's a scam because I don't have a car in the city. and haven't driven in the city in a very long time. So I figured that out on
You're
my
so
own.
smart.
I know.
I
We're
was
very proud of you. Well done.
Honestly, I
Hey,
thought.
wait a minute here. Yeah.
That's funny. Oh,
Yeah.
banana in the tailpipe. You're not going to fool me. That's great. Nancy, thank you very much.
Oh,
Thank you, Chow.
yeah, thank you.
Just got the link for Rosie.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find this. I don't know if that'll pull it up or not. Yep, this is the one I was talking about, I think. Maybe. No. This is it.
Yep, that's it.
Oh, there's no volume at first. Maybe.
This guy is such a creep.
Do you have any other weapons
Yeah.
on you? Please don't reach in your pockets. Just let me. We're out here because there is supposed to be people back there.
How many other people in the truck?
Wait a minute. We're going to back up. This is 26 minutes. We might end up watching this because I haven't seen all of it like this. Pandora said, hilarious poll. I think Sarah would be respectful because she'd think Lori was guilty while poor Sarah was, quote, only playing, quote, oh my God. I was in bed, but I heard Abellis and knew the channel. Thank you so much, Chow.
Aw. Thank you, Chow. You're so sweet.
Chow is really sweet. I love our Speculating family. Y'all are also amazing. India is the world's biggest scam organization, and there's a guy with a YouTube channel that is catching them, but the Indian government does nothing. Yeah. And it's like, I get it. I feel bad because, there's such rampant poverty, but we got to find a different way, man. Got to find
Yeah.
a different way.
For sure.
All right, I backed it up a little bit so we could watch the whole thing.
Can you do something with the sound? Their sound? It's low, or is it just maybe it's just me?
It wasn't on in the beginning, and then I brought it forward a little bit, so we should be able to hear it now. It's windy, so the audio might not be that great because it's going to be on body cam at the time of the arrest, and at that time they didn't know what it was underway,
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Your pockets. What's your name, sir?
What's that?
What's your name, sir?
Samuel.
Samuel?
No, what are you saying about pockets?
Do you have any other weapons on you? Please don't reach in your pockets. Just let me. We're out here because there is supposed to be people back there.
How many other people in the truck? How many other people are in the truck? Well, I just want to know who's inside the truck right now, so that way I know who else we're dealing with here. Or else I'm going to call everybody out.
As you can see, it's a pretty serious deal here, sir.
He is like, I don't know. He didn't even know what to say at the beginning, and then like responded like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And his name is not Daniel either, I don't think.
No.
Maybe he's looking at them like, what the hell do you want from me?
Right. I wonder, because he feels like it's normal, and it's not.
Yeah.
But again, following a prophet that is leading you astray, in my opinion.
Yeah. And laws don't apply to him,
Yep. He's
I gotta
above
stop saying, you know.
it. Yeah. You're good.
What is your name?
Samuel.
Samuel what?
Blink, 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 blink.
I'm asking for your name.
I don't have to pay, right?
Sir,
Yes, sir.
what is your name?
Samuel.
Samuel what?
the driver?
Yeah.
Okay, you have to identify yourself. You understand that, right?
I don't know this one. Yeah, Samuel Bateman.
Samuel Bateman. I don't understand. What are you doing? We're trying to make
Samuel,
sure people...
I just got here. Explain to me what's going on.
Calm down.
I'm fine.
What? He just told them to calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
He's the boss,
Yeah,
he thinks, in
he
his dream.
does. And he's wearing, like, I'm noticing his clothes. I'm imagining he gets paid a lot of money to do this, which makes it even worse. I mean, not necessarily that stuff costs a lot of money, but he's dressed decent and things like that. So
Yeah. Well, he's up
that's
there with Warren Jeffs. Like he's one of the top guys too, I think.
really, I didn't
Yeah.
even know that. I'm gonna have to look more into this.
Yeah,
Red
me
Moon.
too. Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh,
No,
Red Moon.
you're good. I don't mean to keep cutting you off, and I feel bad that I do.
No.
Red Moon, thank you so much for gifting 5 Speculation Station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I really appreciate that. Those went to Harlot Oscara, Slow Southern Style, Breezy, Tash, and Cash. If you were gifted from Red Moon and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Red Moon thank you. Thank you, Red Moon. And I'll grab the crazy train and pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. Stolen identity. Bateman is Irish. He don't look Irish to me, no doubt. Yeah, the Mennonites and Amish, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of times they're just hardworking, decent people. Some of the some of the women might be Mennonite.
Yeah, this is like an offshoot cult of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
You're
fine.
being videoed as well. Okay.
Stuff? For real?
Samuel Bateman, what's your date of birth? Let's run.
What is your date of birth, sir?
I'm not
Okay. Go ahead, sir. Turn up on it.
Put your hands behind your
Put
back.
your hands behind your back.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Let's not do this right now, huh?
You are being detained until you identify yourself.
Do I have to tell my name?
Yes, you have to identify yourself. You are being detained for a crime.
Okay, Samuel Bateman.
We're still putting you in handcuffs, so just sit tight.
Don't do that.
Wow.
Can I ask you why this is such a big deal? Everyone's buckled in, and in Arizona, then you can
Move
be
that
in the
back,
back
Sarge.
of a vehicle without a license, you can be in the back of a truck. Sir, you're being welcome to the okay?
He said everybody's buckled in, and in Arizona you can be in the back of a truck. That might be like a pickup truck, but not a freaking trailer.
Yeah, imagine if that thing broke off and
Yeah.
it's crazy.
There's no airflow in it either, and we're in Arizona?
Yeah,
Really?
unreal.
We're just going to
It
identify
is.
you, figure out what's going on, and we'll go from there. The reason I'm
And
detaining you is because you failed to identify yourself.
it's August too.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize. I was wondering what month it was. So, yeah, it would have been hot as Hades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's titled Polygamous Cult Prophet Sam Bateman Caught Towing Underage Girls in Trailer with a Porta Potty.
Well, give me a break.
Wow.
So when I asked, okay?
I did. I said Samuel Bateman.
Yeah, what about date of birth?
Hey, Rosalie.
Asked me my social security number.
That would have worked too.
Sir, can you bend back so I can lock this in?
That's kind of hurting me.
Well, I need you to cooperate here. Sammy, what's your date of birth?
I already told you.
What is it?
They're bringing the girls to the cars.
Yeah, he's trying to look at them like, shut up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
This cop is tall.
Yeah.
I'm getting seasick up here.
What? That's her.
Yeah, I think they have it. It looks like it's on the side of his hat, like attached to his hat or something. But yeah, he keeps
Yeah,
looking over at the trailer, and it is kind
yeah,
of making me nauseous.
yeah. We're high up off the ground.
Yep.
Well, you weren't helping me out.
So you actually have a right to hurt people?
I'm not hurting you, sir.
You haven't hurt people, buddy. You know,
What's that?
you happen to know Kurt?
I don't know.
Biggest law firm.
Okay. Can you help me out here a little bit? Can you move your wrist so I can help you out here? Thank you. Can you rotate this way and I'll adjust those?
Oh my God. And the police are screaming at those girls to open the door in the back of the van. And you know, they've been trained or, you know, it's been instilled in them to have a fear of government agencies. So they're probably scared to death right now.
Yeah, and of men too.
Mm-hmm. They were all his wives? I wasn't aware of that. I thought he was transporting the girls to sell them.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh, really? That is so cool, Lori. I want to go to Scotland and Ireland one day.
Yeah. They're wearing all those long sleeves and long dresses, and
Yep,
they must be just dying of heat in there.
yeah, they have to wear these long underwear because it's said to keeps the devil from getting in. Because if your underwear doesn't go down to your ankles, like the devil will get in. But it's not like underwear; it's like long johns almost. Like
Yeah,
I don't know how they do it out there in that heat like that.
and he's the devil. He's the one.
Yeah.
Last of Bateman, Roy, Adam, Tom, Edward, Mary, Adam, Nora.
But they didn't have female officers to get them out.
Yeah, instead of screaming at them like that, and I'm assuming they're all huddled in the back and scared.
Yeah,
Like I mean, you got to understand like their mentality and what you're dealing with when this
yeah.
goes on.
And it was dark in there. All of a sudden, the sun is shining in. They're blinded. They're screamed at.
Yeah, not good.
No.
Too bad.
Yep, the magic underwear.
That's funny.
It's quite a few, Rosalie.
So, can you explain to me what law I'm breaking?
Failure to identify when I asked you. But now you have, so we're good. I've identified you.
Okay.
But once I already say you're detained and I go to put you in handcuffs and you resist like that, that makes me a little nervous. So that's why you're in handcuffs. As soon as we check everything out and you came back, you identified yourself to me, I'll take you out of handcuffs and we'll be all good, okay? I don't know what DPS has going on with you. We just simply got called as backup units for whatever you have going on with them, okay? So once I get a chance, I'll go talk to that sergeant and we'll confer about what's going on here and what we have going on, and I will be more than happy to keep you informed and enlightened about everything that we're doing. Like I said, when I tried to identify you and you didn't want to identify yourself, I went to detain you. When I went to detain you, you stiffened up on us. Okay, so once we got you in handcuffs and everything settled down, that's where we're at right now. But I can't take you out of handcuffs, so I go over there and talk to that sergeant and see what we have going on here and if we have charges or what's going on. If he says we're all good, you're going to be taken out of handcuffs. I'll walk right back over here and do that, okay? Just give me a minute. Sam, give me a second, okay? this left one, okay, Sam?
No
What
lights,
I'm looking
nothing.
at?
No, and it appeared that they were laying down. Like, did they tell them to lay down?
Probably.
I'm gonna mute this part because it's gonna be a lot of wind.
I guess he doesn't want those precious little girls getting hurt in any way.
See,
Look at
right
that.
here, it looks like
Yeah.
somebody's laying down. And then there's tables and things.
Tables or some kind of pillow or something.
Those look like the foldable tables, and like they fold in half, and then you open them up, and then it's a table. Like he's taking them for some kind of banquet or ceremony or wedding or something.
Right. That they will have to cook for him.
Mm-hmm. Those young girls are all his wives. He's right where he belongs now for a long, long time. I hope so.
Mm-hmm. It's
So,
funny that
'cause
his name doesn't ring a bell. I thought it was something else. Westmore. There is one guy, Westmore, who is with Jeff Warren's.
Westmore, yeah. Yeah, actually, I would like to pull everything that I can on Warren Jeff specifically. I would love to get the information on that and cover it. You said Westmore.
Yeah, Westmore and Bountiful, BC. There we go.
Okay, I wrote that down. We'll look into it. Yeah, that's actually a good one. I would like to pull everything on him and talk about it because that one is another one that interests me as well.
Mm-hmm. There's so many. I wish we could do them all.
Me too.
You'd have to do allegedly speculating 24/7.
Yeah. He got 50 years. That's good to know.
Oh, good. That's not enough.
No. But I don't think he'll see daylight again.
No.
Listen this left one, okay, Sam? What I'm looking at after discussing that with the sergeant, so.
I'll just say right now, I'm not going to say anything.
Okay. Go ahead, have a seat. Here, if you want to come stand up really quick this way, put your right foot in first. Just so you know, we're investigating child endangerment. You can yeah. Sam, can you get your other foot in there?
And he's got air conditioning in that car. Those girls didn't.
Yeah.
What are you doing, dude?
Wasting time.
I'm a prophet.
I push him in,
Yeah.
bang his head on the door. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
It's not the most comfortable thing I understand. It's fiberglass and plastic.
I'm just saying, twist my arm. I'm kind of bulky, so it hurts like heck.
Just get in there. What are you doing?
Okay.
Right.
Like right now, kind of hurting.
Okay, you want to try this here? You bring your foot out.
I'm just saying my arm is hurting.
It is tight, though.
You want to swing your hind end in there?
Here, kick him in. Boom.
And then pop around. Does that work?
Oh my gosh.
I don't think that's going to work there, sir.
So they fidget with him for a little while. I'm going to go ahead to the trailer. I will link this in the video in the description if you guys want to watch it. I am getting, it's like 5:40 and Mr. Speculating will be home at 6. So I did just skip where they're fidgeting with him to the trailer so we can see this part. But I'll link it if you guys want to watch it later.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I would never think to put people in something like that. Ever.
Hey, Regina.
Or animal.
No. It's crazy.
Even, yeah, animal trailers, you know, they come air conditioned. They have windows to look out of.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I wonder if they say where they were coming from and where he was going.
I don't know.
Open the driver's side door. Open the
Trying
driver's
to
side door.
trying to read the license plate. I can't really tell
See
what
any
they
movement?
say.
Let me see. It looks like it's white with a blue line at the top and a blue line at the bottom, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll look that up real quick while we watch.
How dark those windows are.
Yeah. That's a nice truck too. That's goes
Mm-hmm.
back to him getting paid quite a bit.
Yeah, Tom is right. Said that his cell is about the size of that trailer.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know how they could breathe either.
No,
I would have zero F's about his comfort. Right. They're
I
being
just
so
put them in.
cordial. Yep. And then yelling at the girls. That's a good point. We were just talking about how scared they must be because they're taught to be afraid of government and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Oklahoma,
Oh, that looks,
Pennsylvania,
yeah, Pennsylvania
maybe.
would make sense actually.
Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll tell us.
Washington is pretty with Mount Rainier on it.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me pull it back up.
We see Mount Baker from Victoria. It's so beautiful.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
I'll put pictures up.
Okay, cool.
Want to step out of the car, ma'am? Ma'am, step out of the car.
Sometimes they don't even speak English, even though they're American.
Yeah, the Dutch.
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania Dutch, I think.
Yeah.
Are there people back here? What about in the trailer? There's no one else in the vehicle. There's no one in the bed of the truck. And there's no one in the trailer.
Let's get everyone out of the car.
Come on out.
Everyone out of the car.
Did you see the movie Witness?
Do you guys have ID?
Sorry,
No, you're
it's
good.
it's really good. It's with Harrison Ford. I forget the woman's name. Anyway, it was about crime committed in New York, and the criminal is seen by a little Amish boy. And the movie is about uh, a cop going to find the little boy to try and protect him from the criminal gang.
Oh wow, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
Hannah asked if you were feeling better, and Red Moon said they grew up in Campbell River.
Oh, nice. Yes, thank you, Hannah. Campbell River is so beautiful.
I
It's
had to look it up.
up on the island here, a few hours drive from here.
That's cool.
Please. No.
Go ahead, start heading back there.
Hey.
Come with me. I'll come. Okay. Just start walking back there. They don't need to go in handcuffs. We just need to get them out of here.
I closed the window, Jackie.
I
Hannah,
know what.
don't work too hard. Hannah is at work for 12 hours.
Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
That's a lot.
Sorry, I interrupted you again.
No, you're okay. I hate that they redacted it. Like, I mean, I understand why, but I wish we could see more.
This is the
Yeah.
police. We're going to be opening the door. I want your hands empty and above your head. If you do not, you will suffer the consequences.
What?
Again, this
Oh
is
my
the
God.
police.
Well, they don't know, right? They don't know who's in there.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know what? I wonder how long they were in there for, if they had to have a porta potty.
Yeah, it had to be for a substantial amount of time.
Yeah.
Right, Rosalie? Keep sweet. Yes, that is a good one too. I'm gonna pull the information on Warren Jeffs if I can get it. Some states will let you, some states won't, and we're gonna do that. I really do want to deep dive with that with y'all.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Pull down the handle.
Where are the hands? Let's see the hands. Let's get that other door open. There's hands sticking out of the top of the trailer. There's hands sticking out of the top of the trailer earlier. Let's see them.
Okay, so I thought that over here by these tables was somebody laying down, but evidently it wasn't. I do apologize for that. There's bottles of water here because I use the
Yeah.
jugs like that to carry water up to the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So they were at the front then,
Yeah,
as you said before.
yep, and
But,
behind some kind of curtain or door or something.
but how many?
I don't know
I
yet.
think I think there is at least 7 little girls.
Oh my God.
7 underage. Where did I see that? Um, but I don't know about adult women or
Yeah,
older children. You know.
I'm gonna check the description and see if it lets us know in a minute, like after we see this part.
Let's see your hands. They're in front. Behind the curtain. Okay. Keep your hands up for me. Go and walk out towards me, okay? Try not to slip, all right? Just keep walking.
They're being nicer now. That's good.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else inside the trailer? No? Perfect.
You can't blame them. You know, they don't know if some guy with a
Back there with
gun
your
is
siblings,
stand there
okay?
or not.
Right. There's one,
Go and head back there with them,
two.
okay? Thank you so much.
Looked like there was 2.
Crazy. Abraham, yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right.
Yeah, I think that's right, Abraham. Look at that thing.
Mm.
Is that a stroller?
It looks like it. I was wondering that myself.
And how young are these people? Kids.
I don't know. It does look like a stroller. Yep.
Who are you waving to? Oh. You don't know her? No, I was just wondering if you knew her.
They do the same thing.
No, they don't try to hide it though. They just. Well, I mean, we walk around with cameras on all the time, so we're used to it.
I want to do Waco too, but I think my views on Waco might be a bit controversial. So maybe like a year or so from now down the line we can talk about Waco. But Waco has always really interested me.
You know what? I was home that day and I watched the whole thing live on TV.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Red Moon says several of these young girls on this trailer are actually pregnant. I have to refresh my memory about how old they were. Young teens. That's
Oh my
insane.
God.
I'm not sure. I think it was a couple of years ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, we had the timestamp earlier on at the top right, but I looked at the time, I didn't look at the date.
Yeah. It's going to be redacted. Well, we can listen to him talk to him, though.
How you been? Hanging in there. Wish it was Friday, but it's not.
Oh, you're okay,
Are you guys all
Jersey.
sisters? But not actual sisters. Okay. Is there any of you that are actual sisters? The one in the brown and you are sisters? Okay. The two in the blue are sisters? Okay. Okay.
Two
I
in the
figured you guys
blue,
were
one
all
in the
tight
brown.
knit. I just didn't know the actual dynamics of the family unit here. Has someone explained you guys our concerns and why you guys... So someone called in and said they saw kids coming in and out of a trailer. That in by itself kind of dangerous, right? Driving down the road with kids in the trailer, and then somebody else, one of the aides, saw fingers poking out of the trailer. So now I get that, but the concern for the danger of people in the car, now you got to realize in the whole country we have, smuggling of kids, smuggling of immigrants, smuggling of all types of stuff, right? So extremely suspicious activity. So when we go to stop you guys, and then I don't know, what is he to you guys? Is he anybody's actual father?
Him?
Yeah, the one in the car.
Yeah.
He's somebody's father. So whoever his father is, he comes over, then it starts refusing to identify himself while we're trying to conduct a traffic stop. So things are starting to escalate until we know exactly what's going on. Now we have the dilemma of, is there a probable cause for any type of arrest on him for any of the activities that was going on here? And then we have, I think you guys are over 18, yes, no? One of you? You are, both of you? So we have 2 adults, and then we have several kids. So now we got to decide, are we just going to let him out of the car? You guys all jump in and go on your merry way? Or are we having to call parents to try to figure out how we're going to get him somewhere? So that's what's taking so long, is trying to figure out these circumstances. So you have DPS, who's the main investigator here, and then you had county because that's who got the call originally, and then you have PD because you guys are here in the city. So that's why we all showed up, and it sounded a lot more serious to begin with. Then once we de-escalate everything, we start talking to people, we start getting information, we start figuring stuff out. And that's where we're at right now. So DPS, who's handling the investigation, is making their phone calls to try to decide what the outcome of this is going to be, and that's where we stand right now.
Okay, it makes sense because we're so used to, even where we live, and we're constantly having surveillance.
So this has nothing to do with you guys, your religion, your beliefs, anything of that nature. It all has to do with the fact that kids are in and out of a trailer.
I understand that coming from, like, us being here in Flagstaff, Arizona,
Yeah.
where we live, we didn't understand, like, That's why we're like where we live, then they're always surveilling anyway. So that's why we were kind of like.
But until we get information, it's hard for us to give you guys back information, right? So until we have few conversations with the kids, and then it doesn't help that whoever's father that is absolutely doesn't want to talk to us at all. So that even eliminates more of like, where are you going, where are you coming from, like, are we all allowed to be in the same car, like, what's going on here? So again, like I said, nothing to do with your beliefs, your religion, anything of that nature. It all has to do with the suspicious nature of what was going on, and then when we do open doors and kids start popping out of trailers, we're like, okay, what do we have going on here? So again, it may be common practice where you guys are from. That's not common practice in Flagstaff.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah. So every one of us are home now here in town.
Okay.
We're going somewhere to work.
Okay. Did you just not have enough room for everyone in all the other vehicles?
They asked, we did, but they begged actually. They could ride in the truck.
Okay. And it by itself is not against the law. However, there is a danger aspect to it. I mean, how many times do trailers get flung off the road or pop tires or, whatever the case may be. And like I said, with DPS, these guys deal with, like I said, actual child sex trafficking, actual immigration trafficking, drug trafficking, all these stuff that are concerns all across the nation. And again, you guys may get frustrated because we're not providing you any information, but it's because we don't have all the information together ourselves. I just came over here because I saw you wave, and I wanted to see if there was some other aspect over there that we needed to go look at. And that's why I came over and asked you. But then I also understand your frustration of not knowing what's going on. Well, I don't really even know what's going on because I'm a supervisor for PD, not for DPS. So I'm just kind of piecing it together by what I'm overhearing everyone and what the original call came out to us. And, just unfortunately, when people don't do what is expected by police officers, it heightens us. So a normal traffic stop, you roll down your window, you give your driver's license, you say, I'm coming from here, going to there. That's our everyday interaction when we stop cars. But when we get drivers just popping out of cars and then closing the door and then no one else saying anything, that's not normal behavior that we see. So when that normal behavior doesn't happen, it heightens our suspicion of what's going on. So again, we like to explain to everybody what's going on, but sometimes we have to get a little more of the information to have that ability to do that for you.
Yeah, well, we're sorry, but we do bunch all cops and any of that all together.
Now, keep in mind, more than likely, the reason this is all redacted is because they're underage. And I did want to say earlier, I appreciate the cop making sure to reiterate that it has nothing to do with their religion or their beliefs. They're just concerned for their well-being.
Yeah, he's very good, the cop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I get it.
Probably why we do that.
I get it, but sometimes by doing that, you delay the outcome. The outcome may be he gets out of the car, he gets take off the handcuffs, you guys get back in your car and you drive away. That may happen. It may happen that he goes to jail for child neglect. That may happen as well, and then we have to figure out what we're going to do with all of you guys. So there's a lot of outcomes that can come of this, but when no one wants to cooperate and tell us what's going on, that delays our ability to make those decisions. If we just simply pulled him out and he's like, yeah, I'm so-and-so, these are all church members and family members, we're all going to a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese. And you guys all come out and say, yeah, I'm so-and-so and this is what we're doing. And if everyone's on the same page, we would have already been out of here, right? But Samuel doesn't want to talk to us. I don't know what your conversation was with these guys. But, if everyone shuts down on us, then we do have to do that investigation. What I was telling you earlier about all the different types of smuggling going on, we got to kind of figure out where you guys come from and what your relationship is with the police there. I don't know. We're just lonely Flagstaff police officers. And we're backing these guys up, trying to help them out. But again, like I said, I saw you waving, and to me, that's a clue sometimes that someone might be sitting over there that's with you guys, and then I would go over there and talk to that person is what I would have done.
Well, I appreciate you explaining everything.
So that's where we're at right now, is trying to decision-making time. Yeah, I know. That's what I figured. Well, we'll see if Chacon even wants us to go down that path, because it sounds like we may just let everyone go.
One of them.
Yeah, they're...
Samuel Bateman.
A polygamous leader accused of...
So that's accused of abusing child brides. So that gives you another idea. I do
Sickening.
appreciate Yeah, it is. I appreciate him explaining it to them too better. But even her saying we have been raided, that's because that's instilled in them. They were raided back, way back, like the 60s or 70s, and it was for the practice of polygamy. And since then, it's gotten a lot better. But it's instilled in them because of that one raid that happened, that they're to be afraid of the police and things.
Right.
Yeah, they don't care. It's sad. In my opinion, from what I understand, even like girls are property. Like, you marry your girls off. That's what they are. They don't value them as human beings. Sometimes they're married and they have sister wives and they're very much loved and cared for. Other times, they're property, no more than a goat, sheep, or dog. And some people are not nice to animals either. And so they would not be nice to someone that they consider their property. That's how it is,
I don't
unfortunately.
get that mentality. I don't understand why the adult women put up with it.
I don't either. I think it's because they're raised to believe it. Like a lot, you don't hear of people going and joining, right? They're
Right.
raised in it, and that's all they know.
Yeah. It's so sad.
It is. And to be clear, that's not all Mormons. That's a sect of Mormons. From what Mr. Speculating has said, and again, this is just just me and him talking. He said that back during the Civil War is when the polygamy started, and it was because the men were going off and dying at war, and the women couldn't take care of themselves because women couldn't work, and they had no way to care for themselves. So they started having multiple wives back then so that they could help take care of the wives whose husbands had died in the Civil War. And it wasn't really meant to be any more than that. They were just trying to make sure their community didn't die, from what I've been told. Whether that's accurate or not, I don't know. But
Interesting. Yeah, and to have more children.
hmm
Oh, here I go again with the.
You're good. But it is 6 o'clock here, so I definitely need to go.
It's only 3.
Really? Where you're at, it's only 3? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. I'm
Well,
younger than you.
yeah. That's funny how that works. I appreciate you coming up, and I appreciate y'all all being here with me today and hanging out and talking with me about all of these avenues and roads we went down today. And I will be back tomorrow, and I hope to see y'all then.
Thank you for having me, and I will send you a couple of emails or one email with some information about different things.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. I would really appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go. Bye, Basil. Bye, AS. Bye, chat. Love you all. See you soon.
Bye. Love you. See you
Bye.
soon. Abraham says they are groomed early on and deprived of normal life situations where they could learn from. Exactly. Exactly. It's 11 there? Oh, wow. 4 p.m. there. 6 here. Yep. All right, y'all. If nobody has told you, you are important, you are enough, you are special, and you are loved. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye.